Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. Hold on. This hold on, something for some reason my headphone is not working. Right, the microphone should be working, but oh, it's just it's nothing. No, still is failing. Right, sorry folks, hold on, let's see here. Okay, I need to jump that. Suddenly my sound has vanished, so that is, I've just bought a new test it, but okay, I think the microphone might be back. As for the could be something about OBS Studio. Okay, the microphone is working, but the audio, maybe I need to add so what could it be? Okay, never mind folks, so I'm not gonna use this because I don't know. Unfortunately, got some trouble here, and alright, so might be that. Okay, let's think to try here. Yeah, 1 minute, 2 minutes maybe. Let's try. Okay, I've selected the headphone, but it seems to I start to hear. Okay, but for some reason it's too low. my alright, so it's not bugged, it's not destroyed, it's just it works. And for the microphone, let's check again. Tell me if you are listening. I think you... Okay. So, let's go back here. I tested before, it was... Okay, working perfect. So I don't know how that happened. It's just that it was not working, but now we are back. And yeah, also I bought a new mouse, cheap stuff. So maybe, but like a mouse here was in the corner here was like $6, American dollar, something like that. Yeah, about $6, maybe 6, 7, I'm not sure, depends on the value of the dollar here. So folks, sorry about the beginning here, very critical situation, technical, but here I've got my middle mouse button to operate once again. Control comma. Let's see, I don't need this input, I don't need this thing anymore. That helped sufficiently. I get to get unused to the technique. You see the click of, you hear the click of the middle, this new middle mouse button. Alright, so assuming you are listening, maybe my voice is too loud, the microphone is, it's implemented with, yeah, maybe I'm speaking too loud. This microphone now is on the inbuilt in the headphone, right? You know, those combo thing. So, folks, today you see I have a list of topics. Shift Alt C to recover the overlays, show overlays. That is my shortcut here. Let's get also the shortcut for the. Now this doesn't exist, right? You cannot shortcut this thing. Screencast. That will be nice. Every time you open Blender, it seems to be disabled by default, unless screencast keys, which was upgraded to an extension, right? So it should be. You need to go to the add-ons radio button here in order to be able to have access to the configurations of an installed extension, right? The extension gets installed here. But here is just the installation, right? See, I have no information here, so I have instead information here. So basically there should be display events, no. So here I think it's the same configurations, no, there seems to be something here. UI, space 3D view, category screencast, overlays. Auto save, enable custom save while model operating. Not good idea. Development. Okay. Display drop here. So I don't know. There don't seem to be a option that I want. So I have made this pose here. So just let's select all these ones. They said that you have a lot of topics here. It's very easy to navigate here, but not to pause, because the I have show an interesting trick here. So yeah, the first highlight. Let's start with the first highlight here. So I'm gonna save here. Yeah, I'm gonna play with this file. Let's save an iteration. So a quick highlight here. This is for rendering or animating, posing, whatever. So a character, you see that I have some I can pause here and you see all this colorful shim. This is actually rendered, right? This workbench, but it looks pretty nice. I'm still trying to do this in EV, but the question here is that even on workbench, you see, we have a lot of lag here because actually subdivision surface modifier. So what have I done? One first step was that I've created a shortcut for the simplify option in the properties editor, render tab, and then you know there is for whichever thing here you have the simplify. So this one levels of subdivision, works, right? This doesn't appear render. Actually, it doesn't show here. It's only when rendering a particular. So it doesn't matter. So I got this 0, I can click this, but then I made this as assigned. I created a shortcut for that, which is Shift Control Alt A I. Yeah, Shift Control Alt I. So I can toggle this on and off anywhere, provided I'm on the. No, not really anywhere. Yeah, so this is super useful. This shortcut here I've made because it's easy for me to remember, and because it's a lot of Shift Control Alt, it allows me not to accidentally press something Shift I, which are useful for something else. It's some sort of isolating technique, but it's not over, folks. You see that if I have the camera, you'll see maybe that when I turn this on, no, we don't see it. Okay, it's gonna enable. I have a grease pencil line art. So it's a grease pencil object inside this collection, and you see that I have. Okay, so actually, if I turn off the simplify, right, option, then you see that from the camera view, we can see the. This is not. We can see the. Maybe you can see, yeah, so you see, we can see the line art, but the line art is also responsible for lagging, even more than sometimes the subdivision, sometimes more, sometimes less. And I found out, folks, that actually just a tip here, is the modifiers, right, so let's go on object mode here, make this, okay, you see there's many. Actually, no, there's just one line art opacity. I was doing many of these for each part of object, like so it can give different colors. I gave up on that because each extra one, even though it was not overlapping one on another, I made separate target specific collection. So, but each extra one that I added, like doubled or half doubled, augmented, multiplicated the amount of lag. So that's why I've decided to have just one. So what I did here is that instead of doing this collection thing, like not this one, turning it, I was doing like this all the time, right, to hide it. So now I have to deal with the subdivisions for surface modifier, but then I'll have also to be doing this, so two steps in one. So what I did is that maybe you can just drive this, and this is exactly what I did. I've made a driver here which enables according to the simplify. So possibly what I did is I picked this copy as new driver, and then I pasted it, for example, let's try here, paste, no, it's not the case, how did I did that? Okay, anyway, so I've driven this property, so when I do that, it will do this. So it will simultaneously affect this simplify. So turn off the simplify. So now I have line art on that we see on camera. If we take off on camera, see there's this madness of there is this madness of lines which are the last moment we saw in the camera, right? Stick like in space, right? But okay, if we navigate with the camera, then we still remain seeing the line art. Alright, then okay, so how to achieve this? So I think add, let's try this monitor here, let's see. This one, right? So it will be yeah, let's try again. So maybe I did something wrong. Render, so here we got copy as new driver, and so here paste driver. Okay, now you see there we go. And so when I activate this, so you see they are being disabled. So it's a bit confusing, but it's the inverse. Basically, when simplify is on, of course, it means there's no subdivision that will do this. Here, zero out all the subdivision surface modifiers on all the mesh objects. So that's very, very powerful and useful, because then I don't need to be going on here the modifier, turn this off for each single object. No, you just do this like automatically for everything. So I've even made a shortcut, so I don't even need to go back here, so like that. And then I even added this one, so clear delete driver for this one, just need here. So when simplifies is enabled, the disable viewports in viewports for this line art. And if I want still to be looking at the line art and not the well, instead let's say yes, I don't want the line art because it lags too much. You'll see the step lagging that we're gonna have here. So here we have, that's hard, right? So instead I can just turn it off from here directly, the exclude from view layers, and so now I don't have the line art anymore, but I still have the subdivision, so it's a little better. So we can still have this flexibility even though we have driven the property. And if I turn on simplify, then in this case I can't, so I cannot just see the line art. So this is one of the limitations, though I can still, without destroying my setup, edit driver, just turn off this option here, driver. I wish there was a better way to do that. So now I didn't delete the driver, but the driver is disabled. You can't see anywhere, it's not signaled, but you see I have now. So I can still have the flexibility. So in case I want to, still bad to animate, right? But yeah, just as bad as just with the subdivision surface modifier, right? So in principle I would prefer to keep the subdivision surface modifier because prioritize it instead of this. So I've just renamed it because the subdivision surface modifier is still useful for rigging for me, right, and other things, while the line art is in principle I've just been using for a final more compositing, rendering, assessment. So it's more like a post-production thing, let's say. So it's okay if it doesn't show too much. So that's the highlights, folks. So some interesting proposition here. Alright folks, let's go back here and let's, so you see I actually can read the, sorry, now I can easily animate here, and let's see the so can you read that it is that which is in the, if you are listening, maybe can you read what is there? I don't want it to be in front of everything. Maybe I could place it somewhere here. It's ugly. Maybe something like that. Yeah, there it is in front of everything I like, so maybe anywhere in the UI is bad. I think the UI that I do here, so okay, let's try this. So if I cannot read from here, so it's just to check on my OBS Studio directly. So today's plausible topic. So you see there's this wiggle bone physics that I've made a major change to my rig because I'm convinced that I was doing something wrong about physics. I have a misconception that I've learned from the community, right? And apparently there's very little information on this that I could find. I'm not a physics in Blender, right? I'm not a simulation sims savvy guy, but I've been learning sufficiently to be dangerous, as they say, and yeah, it's not too hard, but depends on what we want to do. I want to do for 3D animation, character animation. So you see that the scale, there's some notion that the scales need to be gigantic to improve the physics. And but this is not exactly like it seems to be. I cannot confirm it totally. So this, I think I was running onto a simulation misconception, because then I had to, in order to have good physics, even for wiggle bones, which also good physics, it's an add-on, right? Wiggle to add-on, just in case you don't know. So control here. It's not an extension, it's an add-on, and it gets, it's free, so you can find it. Yeah, so Steve Miller, so he made it for free and downloaded. And there's started with Wiggle 1, right, the first, and this was a major improvement. And in comparison, I never used the 1. At that time, I was too noobish to understand anything about rigging and physics and how physics relates to rigging in Blender. So anyways, so when I was starting to get interested in physics, then there was already came to be Wiggle 2 add-on. So that one appears here in the sidebar region here on the tabs and the rigging tab. So we have those those options. No, it's not that. It's animation. We go to. So you can pick this one, but no, I'm not using this currently so much. So I have for the hair, and turns out that it is not really working, but for so I've seen many by revisioning what how my make some revision and reflection on the problems, right, physics and Blender, of course, and dealing with the scaling problems which relate to distances. You see there's a topic here that I want to address today, which is rescaling rigged models, which is a very nightmarish thing, and there's very little clarifying information about that. But today I think I know the tricks, at list. I've made a list. It's quite tricky because a lot of things in Blender takes into account the absolute scales. I'll just, yeah, so it's not, we'll reach that later. So for now I want something about the physics here. What I want to do is readapt so what I think is that my settings for wiggle bones, they were made for when the character was in a certain scale. And if I reduced the scale of the character and apply the rig model, right, the objects and whatever, then the physics stopped working well, or because these physics are dependent on absolute values. So we need to relativize them. That means that we need to adapt certain properties, physics properties, that rely on absolute distance, stuff like that, and then we make manual adjustments to the settings, to the properties, and that should be able to readapt the physics to the proper scale of the rig model, the new scale. And of course, they are, because of the absolute elements in Blender, there are some things might have some limit, usually a limit more in the minimums, right? Because maybe Blender won't read values below 0.000, right? 1, right? Below 0. Yeah. Below 0.001. So maybe this is the minimum of certain things, I'm not sure. So basically this might be a limitation. This is why even for physics properties, maybe we shouldn't. I know that if we have a value, for example this, let's divide this by 1000. You see, it's still reading. So I'm not sure exactly how this works in Blender, but so you can probably type any value, so I'm not sure if it is registered. So maybe it's better than what I'm thinking. So you need to make such adaptations. Alright, so let's go for the physics. I have a physics collection here, and here we got some physics bones, wiggle bones that are for the hair. I still don't have cloth bones with physics, but I intend to have. I think I have some boobs bones. Yes, they are wiggling and very correctly. This will be for later, but I can also address them. I don't think I have other wiggle properties. So we're gonna address this in the new scale of the character, because now finally this is 2 meters tall. And if you want proof, measure, of course I'm not cheating here. Scale 1, so this is the default. So if we put this in meters, and the character here, Aisha, she's a name, she got a space gnome, right? So 1.5 meters tall. Currently is the thing that I. So let's say now that. Okay, so I have this. Where I think is the torso. Oh, skeleton maybe. Helper bone maybe. Yeah, so it's a helper bone. And this is breast leather. I'm not even sure. Okay, so these are the wiggle bones. We can even let's make here the select enable. So this is not selected, right? Alright, so here we got our. I think that's all, but just to make sure, we're gonna console all. This is this bone manager extension here. Was promoted to extension now. So this is I had this on quick add to quick favorites. So now I can do this again. We go physics. Unfortunately, we need any bone can serve. So okay, reset physics. Let's return. Why do I have a keyframe? Let's delete these keyframes. Yeah, no keyframes now. It is not recorded. So select enable. Shift H. Right. I think I don't have anything. Yeah, it's just these bones, right? So I'm gonna try to operate with them, and also, why not? Let's make. You see, these book bones are not in the. Oh, I see there's. Oh, right. Thanks for noting. I think that. Welcome, Carlos knows not music too loud. So sounds like you are at 25% and music. Oh yes, I see. So I think your mic is weird again. Oh yes, welcome Dumuzi. So let's try. What about now? Is this correct? What about now? Is the microphone, is the voice fine? I reduced the volume of the soundtrack, so I think now it should be more equalized. Much better. Yeah, thanks all. And the voice, yeah, seems right. Yeah, so it was the voice too low, and yeah, I changed technology, got a 30 reals mouse. Now my middle mouse button does more than just scrolling. I think Blender killed it. Blender and maybe some other game I was playing, but essentially Blender uses a lot, right? Look at the noise the middle mouse button click does. Okay, so now we are going to address, yeah, so this collection here, let's just move these two. Shift M, add them to, no, Shift M, add these ones to the physics. And these ones are, where they are? Collection assignment, they are in physics, this is good. They are in helper, this is okay. Yeah. Torso maybe, where's the torso? Yeah, because they are helper bones indeed. So I'm not gonna make them part of the spine. So let's, even this might be, well, the bones are hidden, so it doesn't matter right now. So what I need to do, turn this off so I don't accidentally put any bones in some assign some bones in cloned in some other places. Okay, so I need these bones for physics. Let's address here. So you see, many tutorials that I've seen on WeGo 2 add-on, they express, well, they are using regular scale, so they don't need to rescale the character, right? Make a gigantic character. Like I had 10 times bigger than that, so she had like 15 meters tall. So instead of 1 meter and 5, so 10 times bigger. That was very annoying for making scenes, because then you have all the values for the lights. You have gigantic values, like you need to, if you're using spotlights, area lights, you have to blow up these values like 1,000 times. It's not intuitive, right? It's like 50-watt lamp, right? So except for the sun, but all the others, point, spot, and area light objects, all light types, right? all messed up because of this scale. So this is one thing that can make life much harder. So besides, it's not intuitive to work out of scale, right? So now I'm so annoyed by those things about having that I prefer, if I'd prefer use even use something else than physics or than wiggle to add-on if I can't fix this physics thing. So this is why this is sort of urgent. So all the that I have checked now are suggesting this, folks, that this is just some settings mistakes, and let's try to address them. So I need to animate, right, to test the physics properly. So I'm gonna make here a auto saving here. I just need to, because the bones, I'm not gonna pose the physics bones, so I just need the head, right, not the deformed skeleton, but the master skeleton and hide. I'm gonna pin head. What is doing here? I'm missing something. It's because the control skeleton. Yeah, so I need to, I'm gonna just play with this. Yeah, the spine is fine. So we are going to make some keyframe here, right? Start action. We're gonna create some physics test. I'm gonna save here just because this can be useful later, so I'm gonna start something like that. I hate Blender state that we cannot have some sort of massive, maybe that we can. I want this to go forward, like many frames forward, like jump, even if I don't have anything here, like jump 10 frames. I don't want to do this not like one by one. I want not nor to the end, but a massive value. If I can have this, then animation is easy. Jump. So well, markers. No, this will be too annoying. Yeah, we can have markers everywhere. No, this is not. This will be very tricky, right? We want something. Maybe I should ask this for the developing in the right mouse button select, right? The community, right? Blender community. So ask as a upgrade, right? A request of feature. Jump. There is no marker, so yeah, we can have like, that will be, I don't even remember how you add a thing, right? So yeah, I think this is a marker, right? So yeah, so this will be just too annoying, right? You'll be creating this all the time. It will be just as awkward as not having. It will not solve any. It will solve sort of and create a new problem. So then you have the possibility of moving them. Yeah, they'll be all in the way, annoying, so not good. So let's say maybe there's something about marker, jump to previous. This is all about markers. Yes, so channel. Yes, move to top. No. Key. Jump to keyframes. Jump to keyframes. Shift G. What does that? Maybe I need a bone. No. What is jump to keyframes? It's Control G, of course. Jump to keyframe. I don't remember this shortcut. Maybe maybe because it's default. So it's sort of a snap, right? So let's do this different. I don't like this. So F. So let's make a Control F. So you can either bring this or Control F go there. This can be confusing, right? The Control F, this should be more yeah, this is less dangerous than this. So anyways, maybe Shift F would be better. I'll check that later, doesn't matter. So choices here. So we need here to continue this keyframing. Okay, we can, I'm using Auto key, right? Auto I key, I mean option. I don't need this garment here. The manteau is just too this will be too much for testing the physics, right? So let's just ignore some of these. Just move something like that, and then we go back. Yeah, this is not very the ideal motion, right, for easy testing. So yeah, it should be something subtle. So I'm doing exaggerated stuff. So you see that currently it's very stiff. Alright. Okay, this sounds to be okay, and then I'm gonna Shift D this, and let's, I think this, so you're gonna, alright, so you get some good motion here. Now I can turn this off. Control Shift Alt R. Does it do anything? No. So let's make this assign like for a record, right? Let's see. Doesn't work. Wait. It is toggling. How weird this is. It is. Okay, this is a mysterious bug, right? You see that I do the shortcut, nothing happens, but then when I move here, it toggles. Or if I am here, I do this, nothing happens, but I get out of the area and it toggles. So yeah, definitely a bug, right? So let's report this. Yeah, let's make a reporting highlight. How that work? Yeah, let's make a I have another of these stars, colored stars. Yeah, let's do duplicate. Hold on, folks. Now let's not do this now, just use this one. Sorry folks, I'm doing this because it's the reporting of the bugs is very important, because it's Blender, so it should do as best as possible. So there's an opportunity to get this right. Yes, recording. So let's get here. So you see I've assigned a shortcut for this, which is Shift Control Alt R. And so what happens here is that when I press it here, well, it didn't toggle. When I move to the cursor to another area, it appears toggled. Now let's do the opposite. Let's say I'm here and I use the shortcut, then I go here. You see it now, it delays, right? So it's very, in whichever way, I think. So yeah, so this seems to be an inconsistency, and I would never have found if I didn't try to, right, to shortcut this. So that's it, folks. Alright, now I can toggle this off, and let's get the physics, right? Exactly. Alright, and here we can also, we don't want the high quality here, so we want to, let's go now for the wiggle again, and let's start working on this wiggle things, right? So it's not about resetting the, see, the waves should be working because these bones are deforming bone. They seem to be carrying the mesh normally, right? It's just not wiggling too much. So the setup here is very simple. I'm not using the bone head. It's just the enable wiggle on the tail of the bone. So it's the wiggling only from the tail, not from the head. Of course, because they are connected parent, or they are parented, whatever. Then, oh, this is a Dorothy hair sample. So this is a wiggle that used another character, Dorothy in this case, and there was some different values there that just to compare, right? So actually we would have some, actually maybe this is reset to default. Yeah, so this doesn't seem to have anything special. Let's just delete this one. Seem to have nothing relevant. So we're gonna so the hair is too stiff, we see very clearly from the ponytail. So how to address this? So first thing, I'm going to reset physics. I don't want loop physics. So you wanna have a clear vision. So now that every time the animation restarts, it like the physics won't loop, so it won't recalculate other stuff, right? So I'm not sure if I need to bake to see the final output, but in principle, when the physics is good, we already see interesting results here in the playback, or right, playing animation. We don't need to render and bake and render to see the, but it should be better than what we see here, but it's not necessary to assess if the physics are working, my understanding. So unless they are something super complicated, then maybe rendering is the only way, but for this case I think it will be fine. So all of these values, they are the same for all those bones. So this might be something, yeah. So right now I don't need to be looking at any other bones, so we can ignore this. So the values are probably, yeah, they are all the same. To simplify, that can work, right? And these are different, so they are less stiff, but maybe these were the Dorothy original that I deleted there. So let's try to reduce here and see. Even this one seems a bit too stiff, so I'm gonna start finally, folks. Just reduce here. Seems a little better. Let's augment the dampening for this one. stretching is dangerous in principle, so let's reduce this stiffness more. So doesn't seem to be helping too much, right? So the default value is all this, which seems of course too much. So this will be like reducing by 10, and we see that it's not very good, right? So let's duplicate. Maybe at this point I should reset physics. Yeah, so it's behaving strange. Maybe I need less dump. It's a friction, right? The dampening, so it's hard to see. Maybe I need a subdivided mesh, which will lag completely on this viewport at least, or yeah, the wiggle plus subdivision surface modifier is a nightmare, so no. So I need to see good results with the mesh here, so with this state of the mesh. So it shouldn't be, can simplify the render here, and maybe even simplify with just change the object, maybe random. This is nice. Okay, it's not super clear, but if it's faster, more performative. So let's compare. These are jiggling more, so maybe it's something about the gravity here. Low dampening. And the stiffness, yeah, so we have a like about 120. Seems to be working a little better, the base of the ponytail, right? So maybe I'll mount this a little more and augment a little more the dampening for this, maybe even more. We don't want to be particularly we don't want to be, the dampening here is a lot, but it also has more gravity. So I will leave gravity at 1, which is default, and damp is default is 1. So you see, that's nice. Let's try this one. Yes, more dampening and more stiffness, and even more. The mass, I don't know if the mass contradicts, it just do something. That's feasible. So a little more of stiffness, and let's see the stretch. Not good, right? Not in this amount. So stretch is very, very delicate, so even a few can already be very messing, but I think a little can be fine. Yes, this is working, so let's augment this. So I think we can save it. Yes, so this is to be one. So the proof of concept here for noobish, like mean physics, the solutions for noobs, basically there are conceptual questions, right? So the bad thing about all this culture of tutorials is that like there are a lot of techniques, but there's little theory is weak in principle, right? Because theory is abstract, and people don't abstract too much, right? They usually want to get the solution, final final results. We want to have the ultimate solution, the only without easy cheesy things, without thinking too much, right? Which is good, right, sometimes. But it for then what happens that because differently when what's occurring in more structured schools of learning, right, academia, whatever, academic world, and well, right, scientific understanding, so we go on theoretical a lot, which actually excessively theoretic, which is the complete opposite, right, which is bad as well, in an opposite direction, right? So then we end up here with too little theory and too much practice, but it's hard then to make lots of progress in certain domains, because experimentally, including originality, because we lack something more profound, in depth, to understand what we are doing. So because of that, if I had more theoretical understanding of CG, of rigging, physics, whatever you name it, I would topology, then certainly I would be able to do much more than I can today. So we learn theory, but in little bits, right? So okay, so this is getting quite good, so I'm gonna duplicate this, but we'll be changing these values, which is sort of not super good, but okay, let's do this. L, and let's use this as the active, and copy settings to selected. Yeah, these settings. So we're gonna erase all that we had before. Also, let's reset physics. There's some weird behavior happening, and I don't know what. Maybe there's some keyframe here somewhere. Let's check on the action here. Where are the there's no keyframe, so these were never keyframed. So okay, so why this? Maybe this is a baking problem, so let's try here. And so here's a cool thing, we got override current action, so bake wiggle into current action. First time I started to understand this, I didn't understand anything because I wasn't very savvy with the action thing. So instead of creating a new action only for this, then maybe you have to join actions later. Don't even know how to join actions, but anyways, or if that is even possible in a automated way. I believe not. Join actions, I don't see where you have one action editor. It's not like the 3D viewport or the outliner. So bake that, we can delete that later, so this will take a while. No, not too much. So okay, you see, it's the awkwardness disappeared. So indeed it was just a, yeah, it was a baking issue here. So now what we do, just delete this, reset, and reset physics just in case. Oh, there's a problem, forgot here. The wiggle are frozen after bake, so you need to click here and reset. So now we can, yeah, reset physics. Let's return to the reset scene wiggle physics to rest state. Yeah, so I think this works the same whichever location we are. No, this resets from the, maybe, yeah. So alright, so you have to, there's a strange thing. I think there's something about the data that I copied here, because so let's have to make some change. Maybe it's this excessive gravity. So I'm gonna pick all this, and mass, I'm gonna do this, and this will apply to all of them. But if not, yeah, you see, this is different than vanilla Blender, so it has this sort of automation. They're still twitching, right? So we're going to reduce the stiffness of all of them just a little. Maybe it's the stretch, so take off the stretch. Dampening will reduce a little. We can do this one by bone, but this is super time consuming, right? I'm not satisfied with this tweaking crazy thing of the, I think something wrong about the, okay, let's try doing some stuff here. Maybe loop physics, and we see that we got something. Reset physics. I've turned off the quality to 1, actually not turn off, and maybe I should instead augment, I don't know. Reset physics. Very weird. It has these bones were constrained to oh, what is this? No, it was not. No keyframe, no bone constraint. Driver maybe. Oh, the auto I key maybe. No. Okay, but we know that this goes off. Let's just make sure that's the case. Maybe it's the version Blender 4.3.0. Maybe they are still. So let's do this again. Right, so you see no problem here except for some strange behavior, but there's no collisions right now. This will be another step. Maybe I avoid collision because if in principle the objects of collision or the collection of objects, they must be super simple objects like boxes, so not subdivided in any way, just crudest stuff. Otherwise it gets really messy. So okay, you need to again unfreeze that. So I don't know, something here might be wind, gravity. Well, I'm gonna reset those things. Yeah, so let's do a test here. So this value I'll keep it there, right, the last bone. We're going to reset everything here, actually everything except for one, and see if we are still getting. So copy settings to selected. Yes, a chain loop physics. We're gonna reset physics. Let's return quality here. Pre-roll override. Yes. What is this? Frames to run before bake. Oh, maybe. Okay, I need to unstiff. No. Okay, so you see that super stiff. So this is not good, right? So let's do 200. Ah, this. So maybe it's was the stiffness of, or maybe this bone was stretching, and the stretching of this bone, because the others weren't stretching, it was making them behave in a crazy way, because the parenting, they would. Yeah, it could be that. Let's try here. Yeah, so you see it's might be something about the stretching. So what you can do is, why this bone so small? Why do I have all these bones there? Just for this? Strange. Okay, I don't yeah, I remember having done this, but maybe it's an exaggeration. Um, so maybe what I can do here is just to get some stretching values here, like 0 0.1, no, 0.01, because they are the last ones, they can be funny. So but not, let's try to augment here 0.02. Yeah, see, it's not okay, but we can leave that. Maybe it's not too bad. Then mass here, we're gonna do the same. I think it's about, is it the mass that is causing the, or was it contributing? No. Okay, so let's reset the stretch then. Reset physics. Here we can try to reduce this. Maybe you don't see very well, but let's try to improve this. I reset physics. Let's try again. Alright, so there's just this thing, so we augment the mass here. This one maybe a little more mass as well, so you can make some variation here, right? And this one just a little more, and the rest is there's no automation for this, so it's like we'll have to do this thing manually. So we can start more stiffness here. Maybe we'll start with, yeah, this, then here a little less for this one, a lot less for this one. Actually, this one can be still, this can be reduced, so we can do all these ones to a certain value like that. And the question is about these ones which are warping, not warping, but should they be less stiff or more stiff? So maybe we can augment their stiffness, because they are important for the character design, but they are having some strange behavior. So definitely we have some problems there with all that motion, so maybe we need a certain base for stiffness. So let's use copy, no, just this one, enter here. yeah, they are really traveling a lot, so I don't know. Let's exaggerate this. Okay, so this seems to help. So it's like these ones, they need more stiffness in the end, even though this seems like we need to see where it is, where they can be looser, more loose, right, and where they might need to be more stiff. So in the end we find some adequate where they can be heavier. So you can maybe find some logic here intuitively. Like let's make these ones here heavy like 1.2. So I'm really playing this more intuitively. I don't, in many tutorials they just do the same value to everything, and that works apparently, but I don't know, right? Tutorials, you should be careful, because what they do right in tutorials is like simplified versions of everything, because they think that making, yeah, that approach, that I think it's a question, it's always good to have that, but it's like the idea that with a single tutorial with that covers the basics of the basics, you'll be able to do great things out of that without a lot of more research and experimentation and suffering. That is very, very naive and arrogant proposition, right? So I saw a very interesting video today about talking about YouTube content that might be boosted for YouTube partnership, right, in 2025, next year. So basically the guy was saying something like something that I'm not sure if this is true, but that YouTube is changing the algorithm for next year. And but one thing that I know that is true is that there is a logic in education, in learning for people, right? Real people learn that you want to see the real thing, right? And the culture of internet, of YouTube tutorials, including it, right? It's a bit like old school garbage, right? Conventional schooling, where you just get the same very stiff idea of classes, of learning things, and clean tutorials, like, and this heavy format, right, which is same garbage as school colonialism, basically, or this basically this stuff, right? And actually what people, apparently what is getting more attention from people on YouTube, and maybe it's beyond YouTube, but what people are starting to look forward to, or the videos which are making more success lately, or getting more attention, is more organic stuff. So presentations, explanations which are not perfectionistic and this garbage schooling thing, but something more dynamic, something more organic. When you see the person teaching or trying to teach, start to present some way to do things, or talking, I don't know, but failing, not just succeeding, right? So this is a mask of success. No, you want to see real people, and real people do fail. They are not perfect, right? So of course this is sort might be a bit vicious, because it might be connecting to some BBB, Big Brother Brazil, so stuff like that. So of course that we want a real thing, which is not exactly real, is fake, right? But there's a, at least it's more how to say, organic still, even if it's fake. But then this is the idea. So the tutorials that are stiff, less people might be really actually wanting to be relying on them too much, because they want to see the real thing. Okay, so here I'm talking, chatting, and forgetting to get the work done. So let's continue here. All this mesh is confusing. Hair strands, right? So I need to address similar things. So I'm not exactly sure. So I'm just gonna copy these values here for the bases there. Unfortunately, here we have, it's a bad way to do this. So let's make a different setup. I'll change these colors. Instead of making some more collections, we're gonna make them into orange, so they are some sort of a basal thing, and they will have the same similar values here, so you can select them by color. And that shall help. Did I forgot anything? No, I think this is fine. We can also, yeah, let's do this. Alt, hold Alt that if you don't have Alt as I had before. So copy to selected. Okay, so now Shift G after this select color. There we go, only on that collection. So I don't know about the breasts, so maybe I bring them red here just to distinguish them. So I'm gonna pick all these, then click this, shift click this, and then get these to copy settings to selected. And now let's reset from the beginning. Shift left arrow, right? Then let's see, reset physics. Maybe what I need to do here is to Shift G color, Shift H. Let's see how they are moving. Okay, they seem reliable. But I want to make sure I don't have the stretch, right? Reset physics. Let's try again. Okay, the anomalies might be because of lack of baking, but anyways, let's Shift H and let's continue now. For these ones, I'm gonna reproduce, I don't know, maybe this one. Now this is too stiff, right? So maybe, yeah, tempted about this one. So then for here, we're going to maybe, yeah, gonna change the color here. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hide these colors here. I'm gonna select all these, box select here with toggle X-ray, which doesn't work on pose mode, but that's fine. They are wire, the display as the armature, right? No, it's not the armature, it's the object data, object tab, viewport display panel, display as wire for the armature object. There we go. So it is wire, so we don't even need to be right, it's already wired. So here I'm gonna select this bone, change the color of the bone tab, viewport display, base color, alt this. So this doesn't include the orange, so in this way you can separate those selections, but I forgot one last thing. So I'm gonna click this and copy settings to selected. Now I can unhide. I'm gonna go back, save. I'm gonna go back, reset physics. Yeah, so they are moving in some still moving in some strange way. Maybe this is something about the baking. So what I can still do, yeah, the stretching here. Oh yes, there's the dampening factor. I think I haven't changed the dampening, right? So yeah, so I'm gonna try something here first. Let's make these dampenings here reduce. So 0.8. Reset physics. No, reset physics. Well, we can't see here properly, so instead I can. This is bad because they have a same color, right? So let's select them and give all these bones the, yeah, actually this, and shift G color, but extend, so we have now all these. Oh, I can't move them, alright, but I have them selected. Alright, then let's just make a generic, actually shift G. Okay, let's select these, hide these ones, select all these, and let's just give this dump 0.7, 0.5. Let's see what happens. Reset physics. I think this looks nice, even though it's not unclear. It's a bit unclear. So here, for these ones, what we should, yeah. So this should be special, but maybe I can just copy. So let's leave them as orange, and we can also make them a bit larger. Reset physics, and actually click here, copy. Just make sure this copy settings to selected. Let's see, reset physics. Let's replay this. So I don't have too much for the boobs. So maybe the boobs we want some extra dampening. So maybe even more. It's not like this character have too much of this, so I don't like these twitchings, but I think this is lack of baking, so we're gonna address this right now. Reset physics. We're gonna what is this? Pre-roll frames to run simulation before bake. Yeah, maybe this is positive. So how many frames we got? 39. Someone explained this pre-roll. I don't remember right now, so I'm not sure if this is relevant. So yeah, these trends here on the side, maybe we have to readdress them. But okay, bake wiggle. Let's check this, and okay, now we have baked bones. This madness. I hate the concept of baking, because not baking food, right? That I love, baking bread and stuff, but baking, like, it's destructive, right? Like, the cool thing of 3D animation, or even 2D digital animation with automatic interpolation, is just because of the magic, right? Auto magic interpolation, so you don't have to redraw every single thing or pose every single thing, just right. And this just destroys the magic, because this is like, you just destroy your interpolation, right? Now why you have just stiff, like, this is like back on the Stone Age, like back to old school, right? So when doing this, of course, I understand the technical utility, but I don't like the workflow. I don't like the I don't like the idea that you have to turn back to this stuff, because then if I need to pose something here, it's not as hard as I. Let's make a test here, folks. Okay, I've just baked this. Let's say that we want to pose something here. I'm gonna pick this. Never did that before, folks. So let's see where. Yeah, let's say about here. Yeah, exactly here. Delete all these keyframes. So you have here some. Yeah. So I don't know how the because now the physics are not working. Can I rebake this? Rebake? I don't think this will. Yeah, so here what I need to do, let's autosave here, and let's make some crazy thing here, and here. Yeah, maybe this keyframe we want to, just in case, let's place this on the middle, right? And see if I can rebake this, because I've created some interpolation, right? Yes. Nice. So actually this is more interesting. I didn't even have to do that, but okay, let's try to do. So we can. It's not as destructive I was thinking. So let's. Okay, let's make some thing here, because I never see anyone doing this, right? It's just occurred to me. Why not? Let's try this. So it's not that destructive. This work highlight, right, folks? So it's like animation and physics, right? Interactions, right? So here we got this. Let's see what this means. But first, let's pick the bone, and maybe we have some. Yeah, I have some. I can use the inverse kinematics here, right? Okay, so you have. Alright, let's say you have this, then you see there's some interpolation, so this will be very hard to visualize, but let's see what happens. Turn this off. So the physics now, I'm afraid they will contradict with the keyframe. Yeah, it's like becoming a bit crazy. So I'm not sure, so I'm gonna rebake and see if we obtain a similar result, right? Also maybe reset physics. Yeah, maybe it's useless. Let's bake wiggle and see if we got anything from this area there. Yeah, so I'm not sure if it worked properly, so but as maybe I think the software understands, but the thing is that, okay, let's do this and reset physics. Alright, so let's show the highlight. This is physics 3D animation highlight. So folks, here I'm using physics and 3D animation sims, right, simulations, and in Blender, and this is a Wiggle 2 add-on, right? It's free and you can contribute. It's one of the best add-ons I think for physics, that at least relative to rigging with bones, right? Armature object, skeleton, you name it. So because it adds physics to the bones directly. So I don't know the details. I don't know if it's cloth physics, soft body physics. I have no idea. It even has some collision, but it's a bit tricky to use. You need to be using very limited mesh, like in games, right? Like a box, cube, very unsubdivided, otherwise it goes crazy. Can even target collections instead of objects. Collection of very crude, simple, hyper low poly objects, that would help. So anyways, here's the thing. I'm gonna bake. I have an action here that I've made for the head, which you don't see here, but it doesn't matter. I am going to show some interaction between physics and 3D animation that I'm not I believe it is usable. So just in case, that might be interesting. I've just found out while I was experimenting here. So I'm gonna bake this thing. We see that there are some clunky motion, but this is because the physics, let's return to the beginning and reset physics. So I'm gonna bake this. Okay, so you see it's not frozen. I'm gonna bake this wiggle override current action, so it will bake inside the action that I've saved. I don't need this right now, auto keying, so let's bake it. Takes just a little, and then the motion of the hair will be a bit, yeah, see, it's much better now. It's still not great. I need to fix some other stuff, but now the thing that I was talking about, philosophizing about the baking process of 3D animation, of the keyframes, right? And is that I don't like really much the concept of baking, because it's like returning to non-digital, right? Because the analog thing, right? Because the cool thing of digital animation, whether 2D or 3D, is that you have automatic interpolation, right? And so the baking thing is destructive in the sense that now these are all keyframes, and if I were to animate this, like you see, now it's like frame by frame, like hand drawn, except that it was. But as I was thinking, wait, okay, see, it had frozen, but okay, but hold on, I still have physics, and then I still have the software for interpolation. So what about, let's say, for example, let's say that I want to tweak this. So let's say that from here to about here, or maybe right before, I'm gonna make this selection from the summary here, and I'll delete all this. Hold on, these are just, attention, these are not the keyframe of the head or something. These are the keyframe of the baked bones of the physics, only the wiggle bones. So by deleting this, this doesn't seem, this seems like in linear interpolation, right? So I leave it like that, but I think this is T shortcut. Yeah, so this is Bezier. So can try like that, but it also works the other way around. So now I can reinterpolate some of, for example, let's pick one of these bones, and I'm gonna do something a bit wild here, not from this keyframe, sorry, in the middle to have a clear. Yeah, so I'm gonna Yeah, I'm even doing this. I have some, doesn't matter which bone I have. I have auto IQ option here. This is parented connected chain of bones, so it works with auto IQ option. You see it's frozen, but it's not problem because I'm gonna just rebake after the changes that I, well, oh, I didn't record. Okay, let's do this again. So from here, about here, we're gonna pause this stuff, and okay, let's say something like that. And so she's throwing her hair in some direction. Maybe this is also not very nice, so let's do something like that. Okay, so I'm going to rebake this, even with this Bezier thing. It's and see the results, right? So we can, so I tried to do this before here without, with, by unfrozen and then rephysicsing the thing, but it was very awkward because the physics text was trying to conflict with this. Maybe this provides some strange results, maybe not, maybe yes, I don't know. This is just too confusing. But here by rebaking, so it all gets better overlapping. So you see that maybe it doesn't work because my keyframing was very unsubstantial, but you see that it seems to have worked. So we could just maybe I could even rebake just some parts of it. So maybe not all this rebaking was not entirely necessary, but what I wanted to show is that we can, after a bake, we can just make some tweaks and recover some interpolation, right? Wherever we want, because, well, it's 3D, so even this linear thing, so we can do some crazy stuff. And then this part needs physics, so let's say that, actually let's do a little more work here. So let's say that I get this one moved a lot more, and that one will be, you see, so here I'm using the 2D concepts of traditional animation of, so nothing, yeah, this will take some, if I were to fix everything, but you got the idea, right? So we could even make a key brick down here. But okay, now what I gonna do, I'm gonna take off this, and here probably have to reset physics. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but whatever, maybe this something will break, I don't know. But the fact is that, okay, we have this linear interpolation there. But last time I did Bezier, this time I've unfrozen, so the physics is back to work. So it might be back to work in this part, not this part, because all the wiggle bones they're already keyframed here, so I don't think the physics will interact with this, but it will interact with here. So let's rebake, because I want to, so it's difficult to analyze because, yeah, we just need to remember the motion. The motion will be different because baking will make it better, should make it better. So by doing this, yes, so indeed I think it's better, although it's going the mesh a bit crazy, making the mesh go a bit crazy. So you see how we can bake and sort of unbake. So because I'm sort of noobish in this domain, physics and 3D animation, and the combination of two, right? More I know about animation, but animation certainly, I come from 2D traditional animation, but not 3D animation. This is still a bit new to me. And physics, yeah, so not savvy really, but getting to know, and these interactions are very interesting. So here is how we can have some propositional workflow. So I can't guarantee this is this is safe, that is a correct method, right? Professional method, I don't know, but it seems very fair that we can be invited to tweak this stuff, right? And I just happen to never see any tutorial about that, so about this kind of workflow must be very well known, because this is very cheesy, achievable. So you can, and we can do this with wiggle bones, right? With our tend to need to be baked, right? Because it's physics. So and let's, so this is how we can counter the nightmare of baking, some aspect of nightmarish baking, by unbaking, just delete the portions of the keyframes and remaking this, even rebaking. Here I don't think there's localized baking for wiggle, but whatever. That's it, folks. Sorry for too long, but I think this will be an interesting highlight after that. Alright, so we got this better. Let's see if there's anything else here. Maybe we can, now that we've got this, we can maybe even render the animation. I don't know, just because it's a good progress here. Let's what happened? Oh, I've just closed the, I can unfrozen here, that's fine, but then, oh wait, maybe not, just in case for rigging, for, so I'm going to pick a, taking out of the camera, hold on, why I can't alt enter, okay, out of the camera. Okay, so now I can see, now we want more. Oh, the camera is not selectable. Okay, environment, now it is. Yeah, we need a more side view thing. Ah, the camera is keyframed, right? So camera accidentally keyframed the camera. Just delete this. Oh, okay, we need this. Let's try this. Alright, this seems to be a good shot, or just good enough for this. Just move it a little further away, and let's try to control F12 maybe. Is this correct? Yes. If this doesn't crash, well, it's a bit too long animation, right? It's rendering fast in Workbench, so lovely. Right? Done? Okay, this was quite fast. So yeah, so very awkward animation there, physics combined with some keyframing, manual keyframing, and no, I could fix the collisions by tweaking, right? Again. So anyways, just testing this stuff. So yeah, so if I were to Control Shift E, let's get out of here. So if we go back to the armature, so where is the collision? So let's say there will be some, the problem is that this can be, yeah, some collision here in the end. So then probably we'll have to get this about here, right? Box select the summary from here. So here we can, I don't know, pick a bone here in the middle and just move this like here. I just have too many bones there, and this is not super good, right? Maybe I can reset this. Yeah, this sounds to be helpful. Also, let's go here and... Oh, this one is completely wrong, so delete that. And here you see that we'll have some... Oh, it's not... Okay. I was not saving. Let's do it again. F. Yeah, so it's not simple, and but then yeah, should take time to manually animate that, or just there's all this idea, right? Reinterpolation. Then here I still don't know the ideal workflow, right? But certainly one thing that I need to do is simplify these bones, right? So let's get out of this and just make some tweak on this armature for the... Yeah, so this is this keyframe is not needed, so let's go back here, reset physics, go back to the beginning, reset physics. Let's reset the bones. We need to get here in the main where I've made some... Well, actually it was this control skeleton. Now let's see what we can achieve from... What is the keyframes here? Okay, deleted everything. Gonna save, and yeah, we need to address this bone. So the problem is there's some wave painting here, and we're gonna address this. There's even some mistakes in waves, right? What happened here? Looks like some... some wreak havoc, like some automatic waves. I don't know what happened here, folks. Smoothing operation I was using like crazy here, yes. So yes, first I can probably delete this bone. No, I'm on the wrong thing. So yeah, let's simplify this. I've learned a technique from CG Dive. Dissolve bones. Control X. You need to be on the joint. So yeah, we're gonna do this in a spiky way. Here we're gonna... the other technique was the bound... No, that's not this. Yeah, could be this one, not sure if this... And then snap to volume. Then we could make this snap to the... I'm holding control, but doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so I'm not gonna test this now. So vertex... Oh, include non-edited, of course. Let's try. The problem is that... Okay, so it's snapping to... I don't know if it is snapping exactly to the center. It could go wild in this snapping. But here we can do visually, so you don't need this. It's already moving on the... So I just need... Now this can be dangerous, of course. So yeah, I just want to snap it here. This one, yeah, just this. And here we could consider this, but no, I'll just leave it close there to the here. I think we can control X. We'll try to get the bones close to the outer extremity, like if it were limbs. Apparently that can work better. I'm not sure for here, but so even this one and this one. Alright, so with these updates here, now it's just the wave paint. So for the wave paint I'm probably gonna use some masking, which is actually very simple. Shift H, hiding is the one of the best masking features. So here we're gonna pick this bone, we're gonna get here the maximum waves for here. I'm gonna pick my digit graphic palette here, gonna, yeah, you see it is very hard, so I'm gonna use the just this, right, vertex selection 2, maximum waves there, control X. Let's expand now, control numpad plus, then let's unselect this one, let's give this something like that, waves, that's fine. 1, no, don't need the mask now. So now this is like changing tree, right, changing bone. Here we can take off this wave, right, why it's not black. I have the option for that. Okay, now I think it's correct. How many waves we have here? No vertex groups found. Oh, there's many things wrong there, right? Yeah, many bones have waves there, which is not good. So this one is okay to have waves there, of course, but we don't want, yeah, this one is fine, but all the rest is not fine. So these minimum waves can be causing trouble. So yeah, how to simplify this? I think I know. Yeah, of course you know. 2. So just get here on edit mode for this single vertex. Item tab. So yeah, just take off the just leave those 2. So this is the last, yeah, 14. The number here actually 13. Gonna change here. Alright, maybe this solved other bone here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, it's just one name that got messed up, right? Apparently, yes. So if not, it's not a problem. Doesn't, this name doesn't affect any special trick here. So I don't have mask, so why am I having, okay, this need to repaint that, right? Shift X, yeah, and this, so I've accidentally yeah, and all the other waves, they are incorrect, right, for this. So just expand here and hide this. like control. Yeah, no, first of all, let's just select this mesh. No, this is just it's a single mesh object, right? So just select this, Shift H. No, Shift H. No, it's not like that. So Control I, invert selection, and let's go on wave paint mode, and then 0, Control X. No, what's happening? Oh, there's vertex, right? So Control X, there we go. Now this bone, it's incorrect, right? So we need waves here, not that much. Well, actually, maybe yes, we want some influence here, strong influence here, maybe, and here just some subtle influence, and here also we can have some subtle influence there. That should be fine, smoothing out. But more than that, now this bone ends here its journey, right? So we need to yeah, it's too boring, too difficult to erase, but there are just some few vertices, so that can work. Then this one we can augment maximum waves here and here. So here we just gonna do this, and here, yeah, we can leave this very low waves there, change here. So I think I've lost this didn't serve to any purpose. There are more issues. So yeah, let's leave that one there. So here we're gonna augment these waves here, hold Control, delete that. Yeah, and here very low waves, and then all the rest we're gonna take this off. So like this, we don't want for that bone anything. So same here, we don't want a lot of hold Control, we don't want that. We don't probably want, yeah, so making this a little more, perfecting this a little, right? So here more waves here, more waves here, and here we can reduce this, and maybe we can have very subtle here, that's fine. For this one we maximize waves here, is just should be fine to have this. And so there's the same pattern that I'm using, nothing too fancy. And hide here, we see that we need to clear yeah, we already have this selection, so we're gonna Control X 3. Here we need also 1, reduce this maybe here. Yeah, we don't want anything like that. Here we can totally blur these ones. Not blur is not working, so get the brush, and this is the mix, right? So we can just exchange here for this low waves, or actually this one could be a little more, this bone here. Okay, 3, this again. Yeah, so it's like they are, I feel like they are going back and forth, something miserable. How to normalize? No, it's not possible. It's not here. It's easy waves. No, I just have this super useful always auto clean option, so no auto normalize. I don't use auto normalize only on exceptional situations. What is this glitching thing? Very obscure. I'm holding control. Okay, I don't know what's that, folks, but anyways, we're going to make another selection here because this is wave pane mode 3, no, 1, control X, 3, now we are making progress. Yeah, it is not retroactive doing something crazy, but sometimes it does seriously look like that bug might be related, that glitch, right? Can never be sure. So here probably yeah, I'm gonna leave these very low waves for this bone there. This seems to be adequate. Maybe just a little here too, and that's it. The last threshold, and here we take this off. This would looks like an auto normalized thing, by the way. Here for the pattern, let's do this. So I have some regular stuff here. I see that. Let's erase this. I've just missed some many bones. I don't know how. This is not too hard to memorize. This got completely erased. This is, yeah, so very awkward. I don't remember to have made that much mistakes in. Okay, let's just keep safe that they are. Here and here. All right. Should be testing, right? Actually, but yeah, that seems to be doing the job. There's a bit too much offsetting for these bones, right? Which is not ideal, right? When we are this offsetting. Means that there are too much concurring waves here and there on the joints or another region. So here, okay, but we are progressing, so let's get here. These waves, then here we got this. Here we can get this, and then finally low waves here. There we go. Let's move here. We can do this, and then here moving up, we see that maximize waves here. So I'm gonna establish a threshold here. Soon enough for, yeah, this threshold. So whichever is here, we're gonna easily three, no, it's one face selection, face mask, dissolve, but we want at least the blur here, just this one, three, right? Then next, so here again the face mask, Control X, we can expand here and blur. Here we can, oh yeah, this is a better way, right? So mix, at least from this direction. Then here you see there are tons of ways to do stuff, right, in Blender, so there should be a better, always a better way. So you need to pick something that is reliable. Usually invert here and dissolve that, but blur this. I need to see if this is something of my tablet. No, this is something of it occurs if I just click 10,000 times, move and click. So it's not something about my tablet apparently, so I'm gonna record this glitch. So I have something strange with the face mask here in Blender 4.3.0, which you see, it's not about the tablet, it's just something about when I left mouse button click and move, or sometimes just click. But it happens more with the tablet for some reason. It has more motion, and then I don't know if it's doing anything else, but it's glitching. It's strange, so I never seen that before. Might be some add-on. I'm using Easy Waves extension, but I think it's something about something else. Alright folks, so almost finished in this part, I think. So we got almost, yeah, so a new bone here. So we're gonna reinforce these waves. So here we're gonna blur this. Let's hide this cloth here. Yeah, so there was indeed another mesh there. Let's make this one slightly different, so it will have still some strong influence here. No, it doesn't seem fair. So reduce here, and then we're gonna do again this. Alright, this is the pattern. So here just gonna take off the here circuit. Yeah, take off this one. Let's push this. No, not good. Okay, this one seems fine. Gonna have some. Yeah, so this one will be slightly different, and because you are reaching the limits, and then this one, yeah, so this one okay, we leave like that, and the last one we can just get all this. And the last finally, so this is just for the ponytail. So finally all this I don't know, stupid wave paint I did before. So here you don't have really the physics to, yeah, I have the physics. Okay, so you can make some tests. So reset physics, I think. So you're experiencing this strong offsetting there. I think this is because of another bone. Yeah, this is. It's because of some other bone that is doing some taking off a lot of waves from it. It's the head, this squash and stretch bone, deformed bone. So there'll be other techniques. So this is an annoying thing. I might have to revise that. But otherwise you get some interesting results here. Yeah, okay, by having this simplification we got some interesting progress here. Let's re-enable some stuff here, and texture theme flat, got the textures back. Alright, so for the wiggle, for now I think that's it. All that time consumed for this, but it might be have been interesting. Let's get something else now in my list of topics that perhaps could do today. Of course I'm not gonna finish. That's not about finishing, it's just let's see what we can do. So that took a lot of time. Default scale, so I was able to save the rescaling. Okay, total rescaler. So this sticky yeah, so no, this will take a long time, the total scale. So let's change, let's look for the sticky lips, which is a bit faster. Another crazy tweak key, so no, that will be too boring. I'll leave it behind. And demo aim, and maybe this is just showing something that is not completed. Yeah, so let's just look for the sticky zipper lips. It's a technique that I've seen a lot in Maya tutorials. I don't really understand why in the field of, like in 2D animation with sticky lips, what the fuck, right? That makes no sense to me, but okay, you see the complications of 3D animation, right? So indeed, and 3D rigging, so basically of course it makes sense. Some guys thought that this was great and then they proved it over and over again, so might have been the case. So how to do sticky lips in Blender, or so I had no idea how that would be achieved. Sounded hyper complicated to me, and maybe there are some advanced tricky licks no so sticky lips or zipper lips that are beyond my comprehension of today. Of course, I'm not mentioning Maya, what they do there. The rig is this interface for that's completely different, but essentially, I think it in Blender is very simple. If we want to do the basic setup, that works, right? So, I'm gonna show you how that we can easily sort of, even to an intermediate level, like there are tutorials everywhere, but not for Blender, more for Maya. So to transpose that, and so let's see here. Yes, and I have problem with, okay, this, and where is the armature? Okay, so need to be on pose mode. All right, so here is the thing. Where is the, yeah, I should get this thing back here. yeah, let's give credit to the. So basically I was occasionally watching this to try to understand, have an idea, and then about 10 minutes I got the idea. So I clicked. So this is this channel here, it's Maya rigging, right? So but basically that made me click. So he was explaining the sort of the conceptual approach, some theoretical thing of how that would be done. Oh, and because probably I've seen other ideas, and so he's showing some three curves, and then one curve will move towards the center curve. So the central curve would be like the abstract. Niloco 3D is the name of the user. So that I'm still watching everything just in case I find something else or more features. But you see, when I saw that, oh, is have to match this the bones on the top lip and the bones of the bottom lip in like an abstract curvature in the center. So it's like a central lip, which will be a mapping mechanism lip. So I have never thought about that before because I had no idea how to why even sticky lips is relevant. So anyways, eventually I'm gonna find out, but here is the setup that I was able to make just for the. Okay, I have to hide all these names. So here what I have is that I have the mechanism map sticky. So map stick left and map stick right. So here, because my bones are like this. Actually, let's record, right? I'll make a interesting highlight. So here, folks, zipper lips, sticky lips in Blender, like noobish proposal, right? Basically, I was watching here this guy's tutorial, Niloco 3D, and try to understand what's the basic, even if it's for Maya. Then it clicked for me suddenly when he was explaining on this Maya sticky lips tutorial these curves here, because the idea is that we have, it's like, imagine the top lip and the bottom lip, and what is in the middle is like the invisible line, is the how do you say, the center of the center lips, I'm calling. So it will be a conceptual imaginary line where the lips of the top and of the bottom will match. So I don't have mechanism here for the corners, because the corners, they I already have a they keep together. So if I had more layers here of more bones, that will be more interesting. But no, what I have is that bones here for the just some columns right here, 1 for the center, 2 and 3 is already the corner. So I don't have a lot of things to play, but the idea is pretty simple. So you can pose here. Okay, here's, we don't see anything, but what then? You see that I can pose. I might have to change the parenting just to improve this, but basically these bones, they are just parented to the hold on. Let's do some tweaking here of this interface. Alright, so here for the parent, it's re-snapped. Okay, anyways, these bones are not parent to anything yet, so it doesn't matter. You can parent to the head. These are parent to, no, hold on, master mouth bot. Yeah, so I'm not sure where to parent them, so it doesn't matter. What matters, of course that matters, but for now, just for this presentation, this is pretty the thing is that these bones they are not parented to the mechanism. However, they have some bone constraint with driver towards their respective column mechanism, which I'm called here map sticky lips. So basically what happens that there's a driver for this and this, so the tweak lip top and the tweak lip bot, they are not exactly the deformed bones, or they are control bones for the lips. So what happens is that I have a setup here that is, well, a mix replace. Yes, a mix replace indeed, because you'll see. So this is like a more of proof of concept than a final rig, but it sort of works. And if it's something fails, it's certainly adjustable, or most likely adjustable, fixable, right? So what happens that this will be driven by another bone here that I decided to make another bone. So this on the Y location, so of this bone. So as we move here, all the lips bone, they will match, they will meet the mechanism there, the mapper. And so what I did here is that, so you can have partial sticky lips, and basically with the drivers enabled, this becomes, well, this is something that might be a mistake, but this becomes the control bones for the, so the central position of the lips. This can have some problem, I imagine, with keyframing, but doesn't matter, we can repose them and correct. So you see, I can have this, it's like they were parents now, but fake parents of the both lips, right? And we can yeah, because it's not 100%, I can still pose them, so now I can't. So this can be also annoying. I tried to make this another mix, but wasn't successful yet. Maybe it's possible, so have them free, but well, since they are not free, I can still make keyframing with this, so that works. And then we can de-sticky lips by just doing this. But basically, let's look at the drivers now. Well, you can imagine that's regularly simple. It's basically that, for example, let's pick the bottom one, right? So it has edit driver. So this multiplication is because of the scale. Yeah, maybe I need to change this now, but I've rescaled the whole rig. Doesn't matter, we can just maybe delete this, just the location might work. So here, yeah, I've copied the location property, right? So basically now you see it's very slow to reach, so this is why I needed the multiplication. And even now I'm still thinking it's not sufficient, so let's try 20. Yeah, now it's better. So then we have some inconsistency in the drivers to copy selected as driver, a new operation, but it's not copying certain this multiplication, so I need to, like, it's more annoying, I need to report that. But anyways, the idea is that this is Blender 4.3.0, by the way. So the values, as you can expect, on the sticky lips, sorry, I keep saying stick, okay, whatever. Then of course the values would be different. Let's pick this one, which I haven't changed. So this is location multiplied by 12, and this is location, the center one, multiplied by 8. So this is slower to match the center, while this will be faster. It could be a lot more faster, but here I don't have I don't have the layering, right? More columns to have a more clean effect. So we can maybe even have this like 20, right? Or even more. Let's try multiply by 30. And this one we leave at, yeah. So that would, and of course this is, yeah. So here let's reset everything. So if I open the ellipse here, and then I try here, you see how fast it reaches. So probably I could play with this a lot, and maybe I can make this bone even a controller for this multiple, or I can just, why not, parent. No, parenting is, this would be annoying because too much power, right? For, so for now they are free, and so this sticky lips can be used for many other things, right? Because we can just have the whole lip moving, closing the mouth and many different positions. So this is Blender, folks. Sticky lips, sticky licks in Blender. Okay, it licked through Blender. I think that's why I'm repeating this over and over again. So folks, that is the idea of how we can make sticky lips in zipper lips in Blender. But of course the features might be way above what I'm presenting here. I don't really know all the features. I just think that this is at least equivalent to some features of sticky lips that I've seen. So here, thanks to this channel, which had a very good introduction, let's say, even for Maya, but it clicked. So that's a good thing to watch. So occasionally other software, rigging software, other riggers work, other animators works, even whichever, to get some inspiration, even if we don't know anything about the other software. So that's it, folks, for the highlight. So very good. GGeasy, welcome. GGeasy scene. What do you mean scene? If you can explain. Oh, I am learning this too. Yeah, you mean the sticky lips technique, method. So the scene here, it's, yeah, I just have one scene. It's just a character, right, in here. There's no scene in this. The project, yes, will involve some, but here is the, yeah. So let's reset. Yeah, so this, I'll need to improve how this is. Here I'm using, by the way, is the universal sonic mouth rig, and as you can see, it combines with sticky lips. So that's kind of fine. At least this crude sticky lips that I've shown here, that I have here. And alright, so let's see if there's anything else that I can. I am from Brazil. Sorry for my English. No, it's okay. Don't worry. You can write in Portuguese if you want, even. But if you want to express some special idea, welcome. Yes, here Brazil as well. So I'm from Brazil. Yes. Also, bem-vindo. So bem-vindos. So here we got the bem-vindos, yes. So here, let's see the next topic. If I think there's still time to, yeah, there will be this. So that will be the last thing for today. This is super annoying, and I haven't found. I had to dig it on my own because it seems fundamental for rigging, sort of, and it's actually super complicated, but it's rescaling a rigged model. Yeah, very nightmarish. the amount of things that can get broken, right? I even remember one thing I'm gonna note. I have a full list. Alright, I'm gonna do this like for real, and if I survive the process, so I'm gonna make a new iteration here just for this madness. So it will be like what I'm working on. I'm this one. So I'm gonna just name this like rescale. Oh, that's Portuguese. Yes. Yeah, it's my mother language, right? Portuguese. So, you spoke correctly in Portuguese. Congratulations. What are you saying, folks? I'm Brazilian. I'm Brazilian. So welcome, Dark G2. So, welcome. So here, let's do the next. Maybe you are just making the joke. I'm not sure, but anyways, like my English has some strange accent, and turns out that my Portuguese might have a little accent because when I was a kid, I lived in France, so I had my mother language is Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, but then I learned French like at a second mother language, like I was 7 years old, and then that affected sort of forever I had sotaque francês then when I returned to Brazil with my family. So I was still a kid, so then I adapted, but there's things that just because we're talking about language, I'm expressing very curious things, not because I'm trying to this guy moved to. No, it was a great opportunity to live in another country, right? This is, especially as a kid, this is kind of experience very nice. And studying language anyways is very nice. Another language, or if you have two mother languages, maybe, I don't know, there's many situations, right? For example, in the frontiers in Brazil, there are a lot of our how to say, our neighbors, right? They speak Spanish, right? So you have a lot of accents, different accents of Spanish around. So I know, for example, the accent very well. The Uruguayan accent in Spanish is very different from the Argentinian one, I think, in my opinion, or from the Peruvian one. So people that live there end up knowing like by heart Spanish, right? So Rio de Janeiro, that's nice. That's a great city. The spirit, somewhat, of Brazil, culture, Brazilian core, right? One of them, at least. Ancient capital. I would like to live in the USA. Yes, the USA is, even now, yeah, now is USA, they say, is in some huge economic, political crisis. Conheci o seu canal agora, muito interessante, os seus modelos cartoons. Thanks for the... Yeah, this was a 2D to 3D adaptation, right? So, for example, yeah, I might have seen some of the model sheets, right, that I... so just to show here, for instance, I have this... For this, of course, is just a character design, but there's some... So I tried to adapt. Took me a while to... I have been using Blender like just for crude modeling for like more than 10 years, like, but more like a hobby, right? I started just modeling, remodeling again the same character over, trying just to playing with, not I was not even thinking too much on any professional standard, just trying to, it was a hobby, right? Trying to learn 3D, like gradually, maybe very slow, but only then. It was only, I didn't even know about mesh topology concept, so I was very, very noobish. I was just doing the very niche thing that did. So I spent like, I was like 8 years doing the same thing and not really evolving, barely nothing, right? It was just for the past 3 years that I decided I'm gonna learn making 3D animation in Blender, right? Making characters, making projects, animated projects, whatever. And it's when I started to learn rigging, and then is where my skill started to grow, because rigging sort of integrates, it's here, integrates the, yeah, so for example, this character is Aisha. She has this, yeah, here. So here's a 2D drawing, sketch, right, of her. Some model shit, but here the aligned stuff, which you don't see very well in this. Yeah, so here, yeah, that's the style. So I tried to do stuff like that in 3D adaptation. It's a long journey without a course, without some professional orientation or some teaching, because it only learning online, even in free tutorials, like take a while to get better, right? But it is feasible, right? It's just a question of how persistence and open-minded, and how the opportunity, right? You need to have to keep going and keep learning, as even on a low pace, on a fast pace, slow pace or fast pace, doesn't matter. It's about continuity, right? You need, if you can stop sometimes and return, right, it's not a problem. You won't forget exactly this essence what you have learned. So, but it's good to be continuous. So, yeah, thanks for joining the channel, folks. Brazil's economy is a mess. Yes, it is complicated, right? Brazil's economy was never like great in history, right? It's always a problem, the economy. It has now powerful assets, right? But there's a lot of stupidity and powerful lobbies and external and internal enemies. My interpretation, right, folks, of that, like yeah, like just like the USA, they have internal and external enemies, but the worst of their enemies are the internal ones. Brazil is the same garbage. It's like we have big internal enemies, and that is the oligarchies, we say. So people that will do any, they are sell the soul. They are not nationalists. They don't care, or they say that they are. They say that they are doing the good for the people, but they aren't really. Where is the money in public education, right? After decades, like China, right? China, for example, has invested deeply into. They have their own system, right? But it doesn't matter. They invested strategically. That's why now their university are top tier in the world. They are going, their scientist base is gonna be, it's better, it's gonna be much better. The USA cannot concur with them, according to certain analysts, that because they did the right thing. That anyone that calls themselves, that is favor some progress thing, right? The 9 fingers is the problem. 9 fingers? What is the 9 fingers? What is that concept? Oh, very cool, nice work, man. Thanks a lot. That's I'm glad. So this character style, right? This cartoon style, I started drawing manga when I was young, right? So and then sorry folks, let's go back to the real stuff here, the 3D for the project. The 9 fingers is the problem. I don't I don't know the maybe it's some sort of joke. Que é os 9 dedos? Do you mean that the oh yes, of course she has, yeah, maybe the oh yes, I see. So this is an interpretation. I will tell what I think, right? I speak it like directly, right? Uh, the current president, right? In my understanding, he's a fake progressist. Like he's not a, yeah, populist, right? Like others, many others, right? The former president was also a populist in another direction, but he was a complete seller of the country, right? So he was a complete corrupt. But the current one is also a populist and is also playing the same game, but in a way more civilized way, let's say like that. But turns out that this civilized way is very sluggerish. So it's fake progressism. They call themselves progressists, but progressism, which is an ism, right? But progress is not like that. Progress is what the Americans did in the past centuries, is what the Europeans did, is what China did very recently and is still doing. That is progress. That is progress. And if progressism, which is just a political thing, right? If progress is meant to be achieved, then progressism would be the best way to achieve. Maybe not, but if someone wants progress, right? Well, do the right thing, do the right investments. Why current government in Brazil is taking so long? Well, then you can see that they aren't that progressist as they think they are. So it's like running around in circles, right? You don't stay in power. This will not destroy the country, but this will sluggerish the country, right? So this is how I think. So but I won't say that it's the fault of the current president. Yes, he is responsible for the sluggishness of the progress. The progress is happening, but it's very, very slow. And it's very populistic also, because, right, then, okay, why Brazil cannot grow as like cannot revolutionize the educational, right, the prison system, so the whatever, right, all the sectors, healthcare, public healthcare, at least maybe the least worst thing in Brazil, that public, that in these critical things, right? But I think it's only that SUS, right, is the only thing that I think by data seems to be very it still have a lot of problems, right, but it seems to be the least worst, right, of all the other things, right? Prisons in Brazil, like, you create criminals in prisons more than it, right? It's a hell in world, right? It's abominable. Like, Brazil should be how to say, Brazil should be how do you say, economically sanctioned because of what happens in prisons. And not that I'm not saying that prisoners, criminals must be spared of suffering, or no, they need to pay for their right, but they don't, but this payment, well, should be adequate, right? humane. Well, you don't stay locked because you did shit, then okay. Um, but you need to give the basic dignity, otherwise there are a lot of people that go incarcerated for unjust reasons, and then they end up, right, doing more crime, so for good reasons maybe. So this is like it's a lot of things, right? He's a commie, but don't worry, he will give little picanha to the people. Yeah, the little picanha, certainly, yes. So that's it. It's just the little picanha. And you know what, the insight that I have, sorry folks to talk about politics, but it's engageable, right? Embarrassed to be Brazilian sometimes. Yes, there are many reasons to be embarrassed by being Brazilian, but we're not in the worst moment of history, right? We have, but shit happens all the time, right? I don't live in the precariat or in some bad situation. So yeah, Brazil is it's still suffer, and if we don't fix this somehow, right, these problems will re-emerge as big problems. Then we'll have more very bad moments for the majority, right? And we'll so it's we need to break the first thing that we need to break is the lack of possibility of dialogue. This is what the polarization did. So the only way to do this is to fade away from what happened in the recent past, try to rationalize this, and yeah, get smarter, right? Get better, get smarter, get help people, and show that there are look, there are errors everywhere. There are the radicalization, numbifying radicalization should be right. It shouldn't be accepted. If you want to be a radical, okay, you need to justify it very well, because we saw that many problems with in both sides, or whichever side, right? So but the truth must be investigated, and and so there are lies from everywhere, there are propaganda from all the directions, and all right, so let's see here. Writing in the chat here exactly. Ensina a criar modelos simples, mas fala em português do presidente. Yes, so there will never revolutionize. Yeah, revolutionize. So maybe it's not about revolutionize the concept. I use that, but I mean really reform that, invest really, right? So maybe it's not about revolutionize, but it's big investment. My idea, because the United States is not interested in investment in Latin America, anywhere in the world, just in some war, right? Warmongering, at least not these governments of the USA, right? So they're not gonna, we can't count on them for investing in Brazil. Maybe companies, yes, but not the government itself. So little partnership from that, and so I only see that, for example, Brazil can count maybe with the help with some China investment for these public affairs like public education, because China, they know they did that in their own country. They revolutionized, let's say, their educational systems, or maybe not revolutionized, but their academic is one top tier, right? The university, but probably their schools now are very good, although they might be maybe not as good as Japanese schools, I don't know, but possibly yes, because China cities are super modern today. If you I saw many videos, but that doesn't matter, right? Let's not think that is just technology. Good looking is like the good, right? There are other things going on that must be taken into account. So they're very disciplined, right? People, right? So culturally, historically, so this have counterparts. So the NHS is a mess on its own. Any guys, picking apart every single problem would make you insane. Keeping the people dumb is the way to go as a politician to be honest. Yeah, this is certainly that's it. So this is what they are doing with no exception, right? So no exception that we had recently is about right in politics, at least federal, right, in the federal government, right? So um, but the others, maybe there are more space for variations, but for federal it's very complicated. So and some discourses might be, yeah, but that's the synthesis, right? Keep people dumb and then they or like accepting how we say migalhas, right? So I accept the migalhas and that's it. So let me show you one thing about the psychology of Lula, right? This is an insight I had when I he was very close to some liberals in Brazil. Like, you see who are their vice presidents. For example, when his first government, Lula, he was 2003, right? Who was his vice? It was already dead person, deceased. It was how to say from PL. It was Partido Liberal. It was um, você acha mais fácil ligar com os bones quadrados? These bones quadrados, they are bendy bones, display as B bone, right? So in case you don't know, yes, I prefer these ones. So that it's about of preference. This is good because it's the only one that we see orientations clearly, but otherwise they suck. The stick I don't use a lot. I don't like the fact we don't see orientations. There's no envelope is super awkward, it's super complicated, and it doesn't pay off. Maybe have some just envelope auto waves, right? So which is not that cool actually. Work a lot on this stuff and to no avail. It doesn't really help, or it's just too complicated. And war, maybe a deprecated system considering the quality. War is interesting, but maybe for some visibility. And then the cool thing of the B-bone and why I'm using it, not only they show the segmentation of the B-bones, but they are very good because we can use the B-bone scale here, B-bone size, display size, this size here, so we can do crazy things with this thing, right? So you can scale these simultaneously like I'm doing, so you can make them look like wire. You can they are super versatile. So this, and we can do this, can stack bones with different B-bone size, and so this is why I think this is usually the best. But and then of course if we are on pose mode, we can see the widget. Some bones will appear as our customized B-bones, and the others will appear with the custom shape. So I think it's the best. The only bad thing about them is that they don't show the direction like the octahedral, and of course they have other default uh, counterparts, but essentially in relation to all the others, I think this is the best one. They show bendy bones, right? And they use some bendy bones, so this is very important, right? For this also, for the spine, right? You like to be able to see the B-bones segmentation stretching on, not stretching, but yeah, doing its job, right? So anyways, then I would love a B-bone with octahedral structure. Yeah, there are some guys that suggested this, I think, in the something like that. There are some proposals demand for request in the Blender community, you know, left, right click, select, I think. There are might worth voting there. Statistics do, okay, so here I don't use too much that one, so let's also return here the alright, so the here we got the show statistics. So what we have here is have this, yeah, this data here, 24 objects versus about, I think it's still faces 2000 without the trigons, I think. I don't know. Overlays, yeah, thanks, that was there, right? Any other? No, I think that is it. So the idea, yeah, so these things were wrongly scaled. Let's try to fix this through this. I'm having trouble in Blender 4.3.0 with the, I believe, with this bone widget add-on. Let's try to fix it here. No, this, okay, this gets enable this thing just in case. Yes, for a character is good, you make a sculpt. I'm not sure, I think it's low poly. Yes, just with the subdivision surface modifier this is not super good, but then we just use subdivision for rendering, that might be okay. And level 1, I don't, I don't do sculpting too much, so I don't have too much. I do more modeling directly on the mesh topology, right? So I don't even do retopology, at least not for these characters. I do, it's different. So sculpting is great, but for the style that I'm doing, I don't need a lot of mesh. So, and I don't know, I'm not very good at the sculpting methods, so occasionally I use it for shape keys and some adjustments, but in principle I stick more towards modeling. It's more analytical, because it's the way I've learned originally. So that's some and I'm sort of addicted to mesh topology, so that's why I prefer modeling, but I want to learn more about sculpting. Certainly it's sculptable, but I find the sculpting workflows very strange, so I need to adapt more. So I can't rescale this apparently. Let's try again with some. Oh, I see. The only ones which have been messed up apparently are the ones of the that I've made before. They have data, bone widget data. Ruim fazer o retopo depois. Yes, there are today there are add-ons and even some method here, like you have this tool here, retopo, never used, but retopo, so it's like a interesting technique, right? So, but I never used. I think this is worth looking at if you're not sure so it's a new feature. I learned the modeling and modelage organic. Yeah, it's very cool, especially if you like mesh topology and low poly, right? So that is very interesting. And let's see. Yes, then we have the but quando faço by poly. Yes, I see. By poly modeling, right? So exactly, yeah, so I do a lot of poly modeling also. So here is the, yeah, so I see what's the problem here. So let's try to fix this b-bones, these scales here. Yes, exactly, I think it's more like that, right? Well thought. So here we got to the viewport display panel, gonna custom shapes, and here is what went wrong. So apparently these are not adaptive, while the widgets from the widget add-on, they auto-adapted. Let's check if that's true. For example, control face. Yeah, so this one, for example, I've added through bone widget. It was this half sphere here, so I've created from here, and it auto adapted apparently with no problem. But these other ones, they all, so I know how to fix that. Well, maybe I don't. Yeah, so I have to, let's hide this. I'm going to I need to go back to the, so I'm not gonna use that. So there's an advantage of using the other, because what about, okay, let's pick all these. Aha! So this can sort of solve the problem. I've totally forgot scale to be bone length, but there's a lot of things inaccurate here, so maybe we get all this. Hold Alt 1, hold Alt, Enter. Let's turn this off. No, very bad, right? So why these bones? Okay, they offset because of distance, so 0. Yeah, here we can. I'm not gonna symmetrize because I'm not sure. There might be something wrong, so maybe just move them to the Z axis, right? Yeah. So just like some manual stuff here, something like that might be fine. Right, any other, so if we don't have this, hold Alt 1, hold Alt 0. This one, alright, this is not good, right? So let's see here. Hold on, folks. I'm gonna look at the chat right now, but first let's try to fix this one. Edit, match. No, no, it's not that. To bone. So edition, sometimes the bone is very small. Match to bone transform. No, I use this pyramid. Let's recreate here. Okay, and then create. Let's just augment the global size, like 5 is fine. Okay. Alright, so see, some we have to recreate, some others not. This one also, can we edit something here? Match bone transforms, no. To bone, does it have any? No, it's already. So these ones, these values are not automated, so we have to be careful. I have to revise all that, but in principle, just fixing here. Let's get no symmetrization here. Yeah, I'm gonna edit and just scale this, just like scale on the from the origin. I think this, yeah, so let's reset. Seems not aligned. No, it's just an illusion. It is aligned. So I'm gonna go back, pose mode, edit, and scale from 3D cursor there, something like that. Alright, so this way doesn't make it crash. I don't like because something here that it always open this stuff in order to access the objects. Makes sense, but it's not super nice. Have to be... Okay, here I don't have this aim head solved because this is another problem to solve. So here we have some different ways of controlling the whole rig. Alright, so yeah, this is inactivated. This is for the aim hand individual. Okay, let's do the madness now. Let's begins now. Let's see if we can survive. I'm gonna make a highlight. So there's some zero, yes, zero stress. Yes, I get. So here, folks, for the end part of today, because it start to get late. I think for everyone there, it is that I'm going to show how we can safely, or maybe not safely. I'm not convinced I've been through everything, because occasionally I still find some issues there on this model, but essentially I think most problems have gone. We'll do the there's some bones here. I'm gonna fix them. So these ones, for some reason, they weren't fixed, so they are just too big. The problem here is that with widget add-on I cannot edit this, because I think they don't make part of the library. No, they are. Really? Okay, they are part. Okay, so let's here, and I didn't know that. So, but now I'm not sure if I edited this match bone to... Yeah, so this was a mixed stuff, right? So it was done not with bone widget, so some weird stuff, right? So we are going to bring this 0 here, and yeah, negative about here. It doesn't need to be, yeah, ideally it should be, but we can live with that for now. So folks, let's go for the highlight part. Yeah, what is this big axis here? What is this? The name of this? Arcade top. Alright, I don't want to be showing this axis, so we are going to access object data viewport display axis. Alright, maybe we have some... Okay, just... Right. I need to concentrate here, folks. So, okay, let's begin the highlight. This will be a bit long. I hope to survive. So, folks, here, interesting or not so interesting, hellish topic of rigging. Maybe you might not want to hear about that. Rescaling a rigged model. How does that work? Well, to be fair, I'm not 100% sure. of everything, but I think I found a workflow, or there are a huge list of problems that occur when we gonna rescale a rigged model, because you know there's the problem, what should I rescale? The object, transform panel, the object, the rig, the armature, right? Then, or both, and if I do both, what is scale? Or apparently just the armature responds, right, to the as the active. And so then should I apply the scale after I scaled, for example, one or the other? And what happens when I apply scale? And so a lot of mysterious questions, and I show that you know that this is possible, and because this character here, she was 10 times bigger than that. She was a giantess. And I scaled that down, scale her down, and had to go through all of the issues that will appear on a rigged model, because I even not did scale, just rescale the rig from object mode. We could do even on here, but this will be different. Here we don't apply, right? We'll apply skeleton, but we don't apply the response, right? Don't apply the object scale, which is the root thing, right? So what I'm gonna do is the reverse thing. We're going to make this 10 times bigger and see all the madness happen, all the wreak havoc. So how is the workflow? How I found that? Well, I looked for information, maybe not thoroughly, but empty-handed. I still ended up not really understanding the logic. What can, but by trial and error, I've started to realize what to do to fix all the issues, the major issues, and what could go wrong, until I found. So it was not my first attempt. So let's do this at once. I have a whole list I'm gonna follow of the things of, yeah, more than 10 things that can go wrong, folks. And so here, let's say that, let's assume that all the objects have the same scale 1, so it's default scale and applied scale, and also here. So I'm gonna pick just the armature. The objects are parented to the armature in different ways, right? But they are, in principle, armature deform parenting. So I'm gonna scale 10, so times 10, enter. So I'm validating this resize here. Of course, maybe I forgot something, so let's just say that the cursor on world origin, of course, and then transform pivot point from 3D cursor, which I have a shortcut here, backslash, and so scale again S10, no, it's not like that, select the armature, scale 10, there we go. Then we are back to this. Apparently nothing went wrong, but we see that the scale is different now. The objects which are parent, they didn't suffer that. So what we're gonna do, what should never do. So this is the yeah, so this is my, I'm even save another backup because I'm not sure. So this is the backup for the file for destruction, even though I know this is reversible now because I know how to, yeah, believe me, this is, things can get so wrong that you might give up of trying to fix if you're not ready, because it can be nightmarish, and this character has everything to go nightmarish. So Control A, apply scale, right? The location and the rotation haven't changed a bit because we scaled properly, or we did the right transforms to avoid this. So apply scale, and then, oh my god, I'm not this is not possible, right? We can't work with that, right, folks? Well, turns out we can. So basically um, there's so much things there that, well, what could be, right, that is going on. So first thing of all, let's pick some object here and see what that is. This is the Aisha basis, the body, right? So you see that the scale seems to have been applied. No, not applied. So you see the scale is, it has scaled up, but it's not a 1, it's 10. So what if I apply this? Yeah, so apparently this we should apply as well, but it doesn't seem to fix anything, and we can get lost here. Let's get to the armature at least. That okay, so at least I see the grid there. So I'm not entirely lost. So what I need to do now is to select all the objects. Oh, I made a mistake. Actually, the not a mistake, but I had a maybe the widgets which should scale all together. This I don't know, folks. So but I scaled just the armature. So I have a grease pencil, which is the model sheet, which of course if we do this, maybe I'd like to scale this. Let's see, what is the distance? You see the grease pencil, it's because it was not parented. Yeah, you see, it's not, it's just scale that all together. So scale, so now it should be the proper size. Yeah, so it will follow up. So yeah, don't forget that. Or and the widgets, I'm not sure. So the widgets are not parented, right? So maybe we should do that. Yeah, too many objects, so need to do this. Control doesn't work. Shift, hold shift control. Okay, then just click one. Yeah, so scale this just in case. Let's see, same idea, right? So maybe it's a wrong idea, but we'll see. The other time I didn't do that and some went wrong. So anyways, we're gonna hide them for now. Hide this whole collection. Let's go for the mat objects. I'm gonna make everything selectable, non-excluded, right? So include them. It's invisible for every single collection that I have parenting, that I have stuff of relevance for my mesh. So the body there, okay, the rig, we already did the stuff. So the body, the wire, the eyes, the mouth, you see everything is selectable and visible. Mesh Aisha, disable, yeah, viewports, disable, and cloth, yeah, hair and cloth, and there it is. So I'm gonna pick all this. If we pick just one, we see that, well, yeah, some, maybe this was not parent, I'm not sure. So anyways, most of them have this. So I'm just gonna apply scale. So here I'm not totally sure, except, yeah, all except maybe one of them. Let's say just for a test here. Okay, this one has a solidify modifier, so all but the shirt. Just so remember the shirt, folks. Okay, so we applied these scales for all of our objects, including the grease pencil, because it's good to have the model sheet follow up, right? Just in case we want to retake and export the project, so we don't get some bad surprise. And so what is going on? Well, this completely messed up, scary monster here. We yeah, need to look for the armature. It's at least the armature is, parts of the armature is not completely incorrect. Let's start with our problem. So some of the problems, of course, is the armature deform. So if I just get the body mesh object, we should probably get from the outliner here. turn off the armature modifier. Well, let's hide everything, disable everything except for, so you see that we have the character here, and turning off this is nightmarish, right folks? So what we can do here, let's also do something here folks. I need to get to EV. Let's do, okay, let's do this for now. So you see that turning off the armature modifier sort of helps temporarily, right? And also compositing, let's get something different here. Alright folks, so here we see that, yeah, I can turn on the subdivision. We have some big problems, right? Depending if we scale down or scale up, the problems are similar, but they are inverted, right? So here I have a problem that some stuff are just too small. They remain too small because they weren't proportional scale. Okay. One of those things are the bendy bones, actually the stretch to bone constraints. So what did I do? Because we can have bones. Let me show you my bones here. You see that we got very crazy stuff everywhere. So all the armature, all the bones, now here's all the bones. So you see how much things are going. So how the heck I'm going to, so you see the idea would be to be resetting on the bone constraints the original length, because this is based on absolute distance of the world. So this is the kind of property that doesn't get updated automatically by the apply scale, rescale and apply scale of the armature, and that is nightmarish, right? So this is why we need to fix this manually. To get it worse, you need to do this individually. We cannot batch this thing yet in Blender. But so how do I even find or select the bone? So you can do one by one, but there's more problem, because if you have a sequence of bones or they depend on other bones, then you reset, but still not reset to the rest pose, and then you have to keep doing that over. So first thing first, I've created, just for a character, a good possible lifesaver is to have a collection of bones, clones, right? So just assign to this stuff as extra. So like the bones here in Bone Manager, for example, let's pick this one. Which bone is this? This is for the eyelid. I have a bendy bone spline sequence there for the eyelid, so many deformed bones for left and right. Bottom eyelid in this case. So this one appears in some face, deformed face collection, bone collection, and also I've made an original distance modifier. This is all related to scaling fix. So all the bones that I know that bone constraints will disrupt, or even property or some other stuff, I'll place them here. So usually are bendy bones because they use the bendy bones, the stretch to bone constraint, but there are other bones which are not bendy bones that also use stretch to in this rig, and I need to get them here. So if I organize this before the madness happens, we can isolate the problematic bones of the rig. This is not okay. So limit location is based on scale problem. So maybe here I multiply by 10, and so I'm not sure here this is causing any trouble, but so the idea is multiply every value by 10, because this is the factor that I've used for the stuff, except I think I cannot do this operation here for these bendy bones, unfortunately, but we could try. Yeah, we could try. So I'm gonna save here this corrupted file anyway. So corrupted, just joking, right? But like the problem is that if I do this, this will apply the same value here for everything. So this is what it's not good, right? So at least it makes things less mad. So maybe it is not, we'll have to reset them anyways, but we'll see like this how this is. So you see I've placed this one probably because of this limit distance. So we can, after we did that, we can probably symmetrize that, right? So provide we are able to symmetrize, so we can do just one side. The problem is that it's very hard to see left and right here, so this can be, we should rely on the left visioning, and still might not be enough, right? Or we can try to, actually we can try to do on edit mode here. Yeah, this is something that is good, right? So we pick just the ones from the one side first, right? Maybe the ones in the center. Yeah, we can try to expand this. Okay, let's do this, and then retroactively just hide these ones. Okay, this seems to be appropriate because on edit mode this is binding pose state, so this is not affecting the, okay, so assuming I can resymmetrize my bones without trouble, then this is fine. Okay, let's start working with the original stuff, right? So let's say I need to select all here, go back, shift H here. Well, apparently these are, I'm having some problem here. Definitely there's something wrong about the hiding here. I cannot. Shift H. Strange. It's like these bones are still selected even though hidden. Yeah, very bizarre. So let's try to grab them from here, then shift H, right? The others are not selected. Oh, I think this, I'm going on object mode, right? Pose mode, shift H. Now we have, okay, we can work with these bases. This will not solve too much, it just make things a little less complicated, and this is just the beginning, folks. So let's start reset here. So I'm not sure, I'm gonna just start resetting manually, and yes, and if you didn't made this properly, then if you haven't placed these panels properly, then and so here we have a little problem that this bone is like going stretched to oblivion. Probably it is relying on other stuff, right? So this is this is the worst part, one of them, right? Now actually the worst part is trying to figure out what is not knowing what to do, right? Or if it's even fixable. So these are some bones of the eyes rig, so the face rig. And by doing this, if we don't fix it entirely, at least we are cleaning up a little. So it's not, I don't have so many bones, it just looks like complete madness, but you see the eyebrow here started to get better. So you see here, if I start from the bone starts here and ends there, so always start from the basis, right? Because if you have, right, sometimes here the octad will be clearer, so always start from the basis if you can for this stretch 2 reset, because then the reset will adapt correctly. Otherwise, so I know the starts for my system, so otherwise you have to to do this again. Okay, so this means that I can probably, you see, resymmetrize these ones, right? These ones, why they need, okay, these ones, they might need some, they are here because they have shrink wrap bound constraint. It's another monster, little less monster, but they can cause disruption. If the distance, which is an absolute value, absolute distance relative to world space, is not 0, because there's no spaces here to work here, it's world space, absolute stuff. So if your value was different than 0, negative, or can be negative here for shrink wrap bound constraint, only for shrink wrap modifier. So if you have a more than 0 value here for this distance, in the case shrink wrap modifier bound constraint, then this will have to multiply by 10 because the absolute distance has changed. So here in this case these were not disrupted because I've had changed these values, so they don't even need to be in this collection, right? So then one less problem here, so you don't have to care about that. But then this one, why it is here? Well, because there's a driver value, and these driver values based on location in this case, they are affected. So I probably here will need to multiply that by 100, and yeah, well, maybe yes, I'm not sure. So what this does is some, yeah, so here I'm not sure, but you need to do this for drivers, and the idea is there anything here? Stretch to head track? No, here's apparently nothing. Limit distance. Oh, there's a limit distance. Okay, so here this distance inside, so this was not 0, so it's not reliable. You need to multiply this by 10. So Control V. So this is not even activated, but okay, this is limit distance bound constraint, need to fix. If the value same as that, all right, same of the which was again the shrink wrap bound constraint. So these ones have shrink wrap, but they are equal to 0, so no problem for these ones. Otherwise I'll have to do this, but at least here we can batch, right? If you have this distance, we can 0 or multiply by 10, or just 10 and enter, right? Alt enter, so we can batch this, or right mouse button click and copy to selected, right? So anyways, so don't need for this. These ones, oh, these one have different values, so apparently they are the same. So gonna pick here Shift G by collection, no, by color. Now there are other bones, but I think only these are shrink wrapped, right? These ones are for the spine. So okay, they have stretched the bound constraint. So this is safe, so I'm gonna going to here multiply this by 10 and alt enter. So you see this was 0.001, now it's 0.01, so that will fix some of the problem. Remember that I'm doing this a bit easier right now because, right, otherwise would be a little complicated, but it's good sometimes to see the fixing working, right? So eventually we'll see this. For example, let's go back here on pose mode for the armature. Then we have, for example, the spine bones, Shift G collection. No, it's not this collection, they are color. Okay, let's do this for instance, and you'll see that also I forgot to symmetrize here. So edit mode, right mouse button click, symmetrize, there we go. Then you'll see how this will change the reality of how this works. So we see to start to spine 001, this one, yeah. So we're gonna get on the bone constraint. It has stretch 2, so this is why this is in this collection, although it's not a bendy bone. So here you see I'm gonna show what happens if I stretch 2 from the like 04 first. Then you see it is there. Then let's scale this one. Then well, actually I was wrong in this case, at least. I think because of their parenting. Yeah, because they are parented to a bone which is not affected. So if they were parented to themselves, then the stretch 2 or to some other bone that was be disrupted. So I don't think that changed too much. So probably here what we are having is, what about this? This is a limit distance thing, so just multiply by 10. And that's about it. So let's also, this is the left master knee, let's symmetrize. Maybe I forget something. I don't know what's else here for the bones. Well, there's a lot of, we have the deformed bones for the spine, of course. So I'm gonna, these are connected, so I'm gonna show the example. So can Shift G color, Shift H, so we're gonna go back here. So we're gonna, yeah, I'm gonna I'll go back here, Shift H here. You see this spine is completely messed up here. It will be hard to visualize what's going on, so have to, yeah. And here again we are working on both sides, so which is not very adequate, right? So we need to do this. Alright, so here at least we can probably, we see the spine here, spine 0. Let's start with a spine 3 or spine 4. Okay, see, this starts to fix. Okay, we can go and we can do this technique here. Reset. Reset. So you see that apparently, so this is the basal, yes, spine 01. What is this? Hip. I have some hip, so this is because of the stretch 2. Yeah, so fix here. These also have a problem here. This also might have a stretch too, yeah, but this is fine. So this one is a bendy bone for helper bone. We can reset here. This one, no, we don't, it was not a bone, it's not showing here. All right, this one I think I forgot. Yeah, so you see it replaced one that I already fixed, so I have to refix. Yeah, this one also sometimes we don't see, so need to revise. So this is why it's better to start from, you see here, it's never get fixed. Something is not being fixed here. What is this? Shoulder. This is why this bone? Okay, maybe it's here by accident, but this local with parents probably incorrect anyways. it can wreak havoc some double transforms, right? So on the target local space. So here it got stretched to the forearm or the upper arm. So you see how slow this is, just because we can't batch this, unfortunately. Here I think we got someone, but this one I can't reset, so another. And here I'm not sure why. Probably it's depending on some stretching of some other bone. Spines here. Okay, it depended on this other bone to be stretched. Okay, the neck. So you have another bone here for the deformed head. So it's okay. So it started. The model starts to have some good shape, or somewhat like that. Oh, there's the mechanism bone here with the stretch too, but it doesn't solve too much. Here this thing one for the Aiki hand has a limit distance, so multiply by 10. Not that this affects symmetry, so then it would take, so these are some bones here. Yeah, so let's pick all this side here again. Well, pick all this. Now here it will be more complicated. No, we can pick this, the mirror, the central won't symmetrize. So you see we've got more solvable things, but it's still, what is this? So arcades, yeah, some bones for the arcades. These here also have some shrink wrap, so these ones, yeah, so we have to, like, in this case, let's do this like batch here. This might be a bit annoying because, yeah, so bad workflow here. Should be this is a mechanism bone for the jaw here too, I remember. So start slowly. What is this pole arm? I think I've reset it, but the hands are still very. I think that I've made a mistake here in this, so multiply by 10, alright, symmetrized. And what is these bones? Eye hole. Okay, so this is our still the face rig. And so you see there's still another bone constraint, transformation bone constraints. They also, if you use location, map from or map to, that would also cause problems. So that is worrisome, because in this case I have, yeah, we can, so it is like same thing here. So we're gonna do this here and map to, yeah, it's all location, so it's the values which are not 0, so need to remember well, otherwise they will. So this is the eyelash top left, then we're gonna, so that's another one that will break. So now that I know, of course, we can fix that. So this is why values with distance, whether in drivers, whether in transformation bone constraint or whichever other bone constraint, they all have this same problem if we are using locations. So maybe there's a better, faster way here, but I just don't happen to know. So this way will fix your rig, at least, even though if it is still a nightmare, but it's if we know what we have to do, and it's just a question of facial. So here of course I won't do for the other sides because this is boring, so just symmetrize, resymmetrize. So this is okay. And then some other features, of course, they are like that because okay, so we have okay, these are eyelashes. I think we have some bones here for some other facial features which are yes, we have some jaw bones here which also have stretch too. So first this one and then this one. No, this seems to be correct. The arcades here, you see, this was already fixed. This is one mechanism. Okay, then we can here one affected by shrink wrap. So this is one of these arcade. Here what we can do though is shift alt X, extend. So this is the select mirror, so could do that more than once, right? So here let's alt batch this, and then I don't know what happens. Let's reset this bendy bone, right? So but the other, these ones, let's make sure it's shift alt X with extend. Then we're gonna there, and then reset here and here. I'm not sure that fixed, but I think something. What is this bone here? Tongue. Yeah, there's a tongue bone. Oh, this maybe I think I did a mistake. So these ones are actually I've did 2 times. Okay, so we go on edit mode and gonna just, this is the arcade top, right? So the arcade top, I think so. Pick these ones from edit mode. So these ones, yeah, so you see this, it's, so I'm gonna divide by 10, hold alt, and now the bendy bones are completely lost in space. So we're gonna find them, the top, right? So just get here, reset, and now that didn't oh, I see them here. Reset and reset, but you see there's some issue here that okay, let's, this seems to be correct, so I'm gonna symmetrize these ones. Yes, okay. So these, oh yeah, it didn't batch. Alright, now just get this, reset. If you compare, that seems correct. This one is correct. And hide. Let's see if there's anything. So you see, we are starting to get some good shape now. But there is more. Okay, this is the bone part. So let's see. There are some helper bones here which should have some more bone constraints too. This is a leverage value. Okay, this system is not deforming, so I'm gonna fix for one side. So it's all mostly in this rig is stretch 2 bone constraint. So I'm gonna symmetrize these changes here. Did for here the shin, yes, nothing on the foot apparently. These ones are bendy bone. Yeah, let's reset here, a helper bendy bone. So gonna get this for here. We can do the resymmetrization after, right? But symmetrize after everything, but I like to see the progress here. Then these ones, did we fix the distance? I think yes, they have a limit distance, which is for limit distance in relation to what? To the master root. So maybe this is not working. Yeah, this is... No, this is correct, but I think it's... Where is the root bone anyways? Oh, I see. This probably custom space is not working for this setup. All right. Anyways, let's. It doesn't matter. We need. There's some helper bones in the shoulder region, so we're gonna fix these ones. Oh, you see that the upper arm was wrong, so it was. Here is what is this? Is a shoulder. Why it is so... I think because of the other side, maybe. Yeah, here you can really just resymmetrize. So, oh, it was the other bone. It was got in the other side, right? So here we're gonna just make double check here. And we symmetrize from left to right. The upper forearm, okay. Then why this is happening now? So something weird happened there. There are probably... yeah, it's a wrist bone. So apparently here, folks, I've just forgot some... Yeah, so let's just symmetrize this already. And as for the head, I think I've already fixed that, right? Yeah. So this driver seemed to have been wrong, so... or it is the limit location. Yes, so times 10. So limit location bone constraint also. Now this is correct. The driver, maybe it was incorrect, but anyways, maybe I did the transformation twice. Then of course the cloth, which depends on the same bones. If they are rigged, they can have some problems, we'll see soon. But now there's another thing that I've reset. We don't have it, but I'm gonna inscribe this information here. If we have bendy bones with this curve in, curve out based on distance on edit mode, right, they are rooted. Then if they are not 0, if they are different than 0, then this will have to also multiply or divide according to the factor of scaling. Now I reset them apparently because I think... oh, this one has value. Okay, so we're gonna multiply this one, at least the bendy bones, and multiply this one. It just occurred. Okay, so this was how they were before the scale up. This one doesn't need, because this is not based on scale, on distance I mean. So this is what I did, and this one just don't have anything. Oh, they have. I wasn't. It turns out that I was on pose mode. This is why I didn't see. So here we need to multiply these negatives here to this, and this bendy bone property they auto symmetrize. Okay, so then we have, I think for the armature, shrink wrap. Hold on, folks. I need to check my list. Bone relative. Okay, there are some problems if you have a bone parenting, like object to bone. I don't know. Here I have bone relative parenting. If I have any, not parent to bone, but parent to bone relative, which is more safer for this kind of stuff, because with so I don't know for this rescaling here, this kind of rescaling. I just know that the parenting to bone, if you just scale the bone on edit mode, the parent bone of the object, then the object will be changed. So but this is on edit mode change. I don't know what would happen in the case of applying the armature like I did. So I don't know what would be the bone or bone relative, or if both will cause the same disruption or no disruption at all. So probably there will be some issues, but I don't know the solution for them. We need to test. I don't know by theory, but I can't think. But anyways, this is something to take into account. So apparently all the bones that I have here in this collection, they were fixed, but so this is why we can have a collection like this useful just for this, in case we are doing this, we need to do something like that, or we find that's organized. Let's save here and let's look if all the on pose mode, right, if yeah, there are some bones that were forgotten, I didn't put in the collection, so I'll have to still fix them manually. So here you see that probably these ones are the left, we can easily read. We have some ponytail bones. This I don't know why they are oh yeah, because I'm not in the collection. This is whichever. Of course this will be very hard to see, so maybe we need to just pick this by color and simplify this visioning. Is this a left one? This is a nose bridge, so this is in the center. Why these ones? Oh, these ones are lips, and they no, these ones are not okay. So yeah, let's do this and see how the character flashes out correctly after so much pain. So here we fixed the model, but there are more problems. Not for the bones, but let's say, okay, my list of bone constraints. So bendy bones, curve in, curve out, x and z axis, right, on edit mode, this data here, these properties. Stretch to bone constraints we did, limit distance bone constraints we did, maybe we forgot something, but on some bones maybe, yeah, my collection is not, was made in a rush, so I didn't. Then limit location, we saw transformation bone constraint when use location, map to and map from we checked. There's something curious here. The grease pencil object here, in case we have scaled that, I didn't, but in case we scaled that, let's this is for some camera view, right, some line art. You see that can cause some problem because it is in parented, right, to the armature, but we can like scale it up actually here and apply scale, and so apparently nothing changed, but yeah, maybe there are some changes. So go here and go on line art, and you see there is this no sorry folks, line art modifier thickness. I thought this, oh, maybe because this is the basal thickness. Oh yes, because if it were some other value, maybe you'll have to, yeah, so maybe, I'm not sure now, but I've taken this note because, okay, but this is more like a detail, so it doesn't, but yeah, so now we'll enter the madness of the object modifiers, because object modifiers can be affected by this. And so the first culprit of the first problem is the thickness property of any solidify modifier. So you'll have to, so at least these, no, we can't batch this exactly because, yeah, so solidify modifier so for edge in the cloth here, so shoes, so you have a thickness, so multiply the thickness by 10, right, otherwise it will be incorrect. So the here we also have a, right, so we don't need to change the offset. I think this is this will be relative, but these ones, yeah, so here I don't know what I did, hold on. Yeah, so I'm maintaining the similar distance, right? So that should be this one need to multiply by 10. Short, okay, you see, it fixes. Circle, oh, geometry nodes also, which are somewhat modifier, also can be messed up. So you see this offset here, for instance, extrude mesh, so anything based on scale, yeah, let's this, I think I've changed that, so all this based on offset, on distance. This scale, I think it doesn't automate, so I'm not totally sure, but at least this offset there, so and we can see the results, of course. This is geometry node 4. Oh, this, of course, let me show you. It seems good, but this is because the details were not actually what it needs to be. Is like here, like it's not complete. I think it's something still missing. Let's see. Ah, maybe this scale I shouldn't. Yeah, I think this scale I messed up. Yeah, this scale is like, we don't change the scale because it's just the offset, which is a distant, absolute distance value. Yeah, so you get this sharp. Now it will be as like this. Yeah, that's it. So even geometry nodes, folks. Now we look, that looks good. It's not as it were, but so okay. This file is just still looks good, but this file is just garbage. It's just for the demonstration. So there are more stuff, and now we get to the face. It will be more complicated. Okay, hair circlet, geometry nose, shrink wrap modifier. Yeah, this is a bitch. Sorry for, so here is multiply by 10 if it is different than 0, the offset. And shrink wrap modifiers, they can be negative or positive, so multiply by 10. Thickness of a solidify modifier, so this is what? This is the pingent forehead. Why it is? Ah, this is parent to bone relative. This is why it's get messing up, right? Yes. Okay, so this requires we'll check here, I think, parenting relations. Yeah, this is parent to bone. So here really maybe get back to the deform bone here. Let's, where's the pingent? Okay, to the armature, not to the armature bone relative. Let's see if it's changed its no, it still says bone, so it doesn't matter, it is messed up. So to solve this one, I think I just maybe unparent, clear parents. No, it's just moving it on. So this one, it's, you see, there was indeed a problem with the, I cannot say what problem was, so I'm gonna just readjust it manually, and then it is on edit mode, right? So here you see that the values really doesn't matter anymore. The solidify, yes, but not the shrink wrap. So I'm gonna 0. Let's just yeah, even the solidify is actually 0. Let's do, yeah, so this, so this, you see, this is a different case, so I don't know if it is bone, parent to bone, or parent to bone relative, or what, how to solve it. Next, so the cloth we have fixed. We can move to the hair. The hair don't have, it's just subdivision, nothing special, so nothing for here. Armature modifier, there in principle nothing. It's just that it's good to turn it off sometimes. The Aisha here, nothing. The mouth, so the mouth we have nothing. The meshes, then we have surface here. Apparently UV warp modifier thing. This is relative to the UVs, so I think it's not the case. Here we have eyebrows which have solidify, so yes, so this multiply this by 10 should be like refreshed, even though we might have to, yeah. Then there's also a shrink wrap. Oh no, the shrink wrap, it's, yeah, it looks a bit strange here, so maybe it was wrong already, so I need to, these are the bones for the, these have shrink wrap bone constraint, but they are zeroed out, so it's more likely, okay, there may be something else. Yeah, it might be some problem with the shrink wrap modifiers, because this is where we are gonna reach now. Wire, so here we have more of the same. These are ghost mesh, so they are targets usually of the bones or mesh with shrink wrap modifier. So now the body has a lot of stuff here, but it's data transfer thing, there's nothing. There's some things here, shrink wrap, so all the shrink wrap which is not 0 we multiply by 10, and I'm gonna leave this at, so this can totally, so you see this will, this change here, oops, incorrect, this one, so you see it's 0.04. This is not the eyebrows problem, it was the shrink wrap problem. So I'll leave it open so you see what's happening. So you can do this blindly even, because this is like, it will work if done correctly. So nothing else to see here, they're just all the absolute distance value, and then the rest is the rest. So, but this is not over. We have light, well, if you have lights that have scale, but may you know that sunlights that use distance, like not sunlight except for sunlight, the point, I didn't scale this in this case, so this is not a problem, but like the point, spot and area all will affect the power. You have to like do 100 times, like, I don't know, it's very bad setup. So only the sunlight is reliable, it is relative rate. Well, because it affects global light rate, it's a global light. So we did all for the, sorry folks, so the shrink wrap modifiers, the shrink wrap bone constraints I've mentioned. Maybe I forgot some shrink wrap bone constraint. If I've set different than 0, okay. Solidify modifiers, the thickness and stretch to bone constraint limit. Of course, object constraints, maybe drivers values, yes, those affect location. Maybe I forgot some, plenty of drivers out there, so it doesn't matter, they are not in my collection. The bones that are driven, the properties sometimes we can't put them into collection, so maybe these drivers here for the shape key, yeah, might have to readjust some of these locations here, right? So yeah, so we can check, because I have the mouth rig here. We can check if this even works, right? The rig, it's still working, right? Because apparently we have the mouth shapes doing, yeah, this seems to be doing accordingly. So I don't know, this seems to have adapted, so maybe I'm wrong about the drivers, but maybe not, maybe something might be messed up. Okay, then, Scale armature, okay, then apply scale, transfer pivot point, apply scale over fix bone. Okay, so that's all that I know, folks. That was the Giga topic. And so here, as you can see, the armature was the rigged model entirely was. Oh, there's still this thing here, which is the mantle. So why it is getting like that? Is it even parented? Yes, it is parented, and so it got the transforms. Let's see. Well, its position is there. Oh, turn off the no. Solidify. No, it says. Okay, I don't know what happened to this. Maybe I. Okay, there we go. So, the shaders. Yeah. So, apply scale. So when we apply scale, let's see. Yeah. So this I already changed. So. Yeah, this looks correct, right? Maybe a bit too thick. So of course you can adjust this. No, this is now too thin, so it was. Let's leave it like this. Alright, gonna save, and the yeah, what then the shader, as you can imagine, if even the geometry nodes, right, which is node, why not shader? So probably here I haven't messed up, but this is this Gabor texture, right? So it's a new texture node, so scale, yeah, so times 10. Yeah, I don't see here, but let's go. No, definitely it's not like that. So I don't know what is the property, but we can. I think it was disrupted. So anyways, you see this is complicated, but if we got the list right, all that I mentioned, I should make a list somewhere, but that's it, folks. So this is how we can safely, at least I think that I did correctly enough. Let's just pick the armature once again and control rig just in case, right? Okay, this it didn't seem to have completely. Yeah, it seems to have. Where is the skeleton? Okay, that's see, rescaled, reapplied everything, all the scales, and the rig survived. The rig model, she survived. With some things that probably I forgot, but this is how we can solve this nightmarish problem and find out that rigging is not that difficult if we know the basis, what can go wrong, right? If we have good theory, then we can rig better, and some good experience, some decent experience at least. So that's it, folks, or orientation from someone. So take care and happy blending. Please like, subscribe, hope that will be useful. Sorry too long. So folks, that is the I don't know how much that will be a giga file to record this to my computer. So that is it for the transmission today. Hope that was engaging. Hope you could enjoy, learn something maybe, and good chatting here. Thanks for following, folks, and we'll meet again. Weekdays I'm doing this stuff, so we address many topics, subject interesting today of rigging, organic rigging. So Tomorrow I'll be back, or any other day of the week. Take care and happy blending, folks, and have a nice week. See you soon, and enjoy